fighting my inner demons. That's
The
how
more
you
ready
can
for
let them
stream
know.
you are, the more you should be playing with yourself.
So
Ayo?
true.
I don't know what just happened.
Ayo? Anyway. Don't know what's going on there. Everybody give me like a hello or something just to make sure audio's okay.
Hi.
Hello. Hi.
Fuck.
Hello.
That's so great. You all sound so good in my ears. So, not gonna expand on that because I realized what I just said. Hi! Welcome, everyone. We have some very special announcements and everything to get through. I see some new follows and some new subs, so I want to say thank you for that. Normally when I'm live and in gaming, I like to sit and spend time with new people coming in to get to know you a little bit and welcome you formally to the community. But because we're running a Dungeons & Dragons game tonight and I'm kind of all over the place, I might not get to say hi to you as personally as I usually do, and I apologize for that, but it's just so I can keep the game on track. So I hope you can take this as a formal hello, welcome, it's great to see you. I hope you enjoy today's episode, and if you like what you see today and you want to check out more episodes of Stormborn's Curse, you can always do !VOD in the chat, which will take you to the VOD channel where there's a playlist of our episodes up until I believe episode 36, because we had some tech issues with episode 37, and I don't want to upload out of order. But you know, I hope you buckle up and enjoy what you see today. As always, before we hop into the game, I know we started a little bit late, so I'm going to try and speed through our announcements today. First and foremost, I would like to give a big formal welcome to Sachi. I'm very excited to have Sachi.
I'm gonna clap for myself.
Sachi is so phenomenal. Just really lighthearted, fun person with so much chaos, and I'm really excited to see what you're gonna bring to our
I
group.
don't think I've ever been called lighthearted.
I mean, you have good vibes about your menacing, you know? Yeah. Everybody sounds so quiet to me, and I'm like stressed about
Like we
it.
take psychic damage, but we're smiling about it.
Yeah, exactly. You know?
Like, you take psychic damage, but you're into it? Question mark?
That's a different kind of stream.
So loud.
Heyo.
That's a different kind of.
Happy Pride Month. Hi, gang.
So true.
It's my
Wait.
personal pride, bitches. Let's go.
It is. It's the third of Pride, technically, but it's our first episode
On
of
the
Pride.
third day of
Pridemas?
my lover gave to me.
So, okay. Oh, God. Remember how every
A
week...
dab of ecstasy. What?
Nice. You know how every week I go, I should write everything
weighted
down,
orgy.
and then I don't? No. This is another week where I wish I'd written stuff down. So yes, so Sachi's joining us. We're going to meet Sachi's character formally, which I'm very excited for. And of course, we have our returning 3 crewmates, as usual, who I'm very excited about. So, blasting through everything. First and foremost, we have social media for Stormborn's Curse now. We have a Twitter, we're working on a TikTok, but if you're here, whether you're here for the very first time, or you've been along for the journey and you're not following at Stormborn's Curse, all one word on Twitter, go ahead and drop a follow. That's where we're going to have all of our news, everything. Usually it's been sort of out of my Twitter because I am... how do you say, je ne sais quoi, not good at the internet, but we have really lovely cast members here who are going to pour their hearts and souls into the social media, so you actually get to interact with them and everything like that. It's going to be really fun, so you should definitely go follow over there. I know you did not just bring sus into our chat, Crispy, during Pride, can we get a ban?
That's pretty sus.
Can we just get this, can we get this guy out of here? What the heck? Anyway. So yes, please go over there. Okay, you can remove him from the void now.
Oh, I just deleted one message.
Oh, okay, that's fair. So yes,
That message is in the void.
definitely go check out the social media. I'm very, very excited for this. Everything I've ever had to say has gone out the window. Oh yes, okay, we're back. I'm here. Announcements are never going to be calm and normal. So, we are still running our charity campaign for the Marsha P. Johnson Institute. We got off to a little bit of a rocky start, which we're really sad about, but we're going to kick back and we're going to keep going. So the event has officially been titled Cataclysm, which is a 4-part series of one-shots with an interconnected story that are going to define the history of Faerun itself. Our Faerun that we are currently playing in now for Stormborn's Curse will be affected by the history laid out in our previous one-shots. We already had one of the one-shots, and that was Crypt of the Lost Kings, starring these 3 goobers right here, which was really, really great. We played some high-level characters, lots of damage, lots of tech issues. It was fun. It was a really great time. And so, that's part 1. There are 3 more parts to come with 3 different amazing casts. But you don't have to just donate to MPJI, which is the Marsha P. Johnson Institute, which goes to help Black trans people across America get the resources they need as the most overlooked corner of the population. But the event also extends to my gaming streams and Stormborn's Curse. If you do exclamation point incentive at any time during the stream, you will be taken to a Twitter link that will take you to a picture of the incentive list, and there will be a new incentive list that I will post either after stream today or sometime tomorrow for my gaming streams. We have 2 separate lists, and the goals remain the same. During Stormborn's Curse, if you would like to help donate to the Marsha P. Johnson Institute and affect our game tonight, you can. You can do $5 donations to impose advantage or disadvantage on anybody that you see on the screen, meaning you can help or hinder us during our adventure tonight. You can also contribute to a reroll pool with $10, meaning that we can just accumulate over the course of the episode a pool for our players to draw from. I'm going to try not to dip into it because they're probably going to need it more than me. A pool for our players to draw from to reroll anything during the session. It's going to be really fun. If you would like to donate, here's the process. Go ahead and make your donation to marshap.org/donate. And then take a screenshot of that and submit it to the AO. Anyway, submit it to the MPJI channel over on my Discord, so that our mods and me can just verify and keep a track, so we can keep a nice check of like where we are at in our goals. And then we'll make sure to attach your stuff in, and it's going to be really great. Yeah, and then you can also see our goals. So far, we've passed 2 of our goals, so I'm going to be trying Fortnite for the first time. I'm terrified. And I'm also going to be playing Little Nightmares 2. We played through Little Nightmares 1. It was delightfully spooky, and I'm about to fail more at basic parkour. It's going to be great. Some of the other goals for the charity event do include cosplay. I'm going to write Stormborn's Curse fanfiction on stream. You can have me cosplay any character. The community will decide. And then furthermore, as a separate goal, you can have me cosplay any Stormborn's Curse character of the community's choosing. So there's a lot going on there. It's going to be really exciting. I really want to make a difference this summer. I know our little corner of the internet here is small, but we are small and mighty. We raised once $400 in a month, and that was double the goal at the time, and that was in October for the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence. I believe in us. My goal is $500 by July. I think we can do that. I think we can crush that. And if we hit $500 by or before July, we're going to add a 5th one-shot to the Cataclysm series with a new cast and new surprises. So I really hope we hit that. We also have stretch goals. Once again, you can do exclamation point incentive to go and check out all of the goals, because I don't want to say the numbers wrong. And then keep an eye on the Twitter over the weekend to see what the gaming incentives are, because while I'm live during my gaming streams, you can also affect the donations, which is great. Something is making noise at me, and it's upsetting me deeply, and I can't understand.
Probably roll 20, and I can probably turn it on.
Is it roll 20? But I don't. Do I have roll 20 open?
Is it a little? What?
Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna close roll 20. We're fine.
No, I can actually just kill the notification sound.
It's too late. I've already banished it to the ether.
It's
but thank you. So, is that all the things? Oh yeah, Monday. I don't know what we're playing yet, but there's a poll somewhere on my Twitter, where you can vote for.
Fortnite?
Yeah, we might if the people
Fortnite?
decide. Fortnite is one of the options, but that's kind of what we do. We do our community polls every weekend to figure out what we're playing for our gaming streams. One of the options is Fortnite with Sachi, Kristen, and Sarah, if you're free. So for the first time. So if you'd like to do that, that's over there. And then there are also other game options. I know Jedi Fallen Order's on there. Again, just to be spicy. Little Nightmares 2 is on there. And Portal 2 is on there. Because we haven't finished Portal 2 yet. And it's been hilarious. So, all of that's over there.
Old tweet is now in the chat.
Thank you, Sarah. You're the best.
You tweeted a lot today, but I found it.
I tweeted a lot because I was very emotional today.
That's so fair.
The last thing I know I just said about our charity initiative, and as always, this is not a transactional experience to be here. And honestly, during the course of the summer, if you're going to put your money anywhere, I would prefer you would put it into the Marshall P. Johnson Institute so we can help Black trans people this summer get the resources that they need, especially as more anti-trans laws continue to be passed and codified and tried to be appealed as well, especially now moving from trans children, which is already a horrifying thing to say, as like they're being attacked, into trans adults. So if you're gonna put your money anywhere, I would ask you put it there. But if you're looking to support me directly as well, I do have a Ko-Fi and I have commission options. So if you've ever wanted to play in a game run by yours truly, that is now a thing you can do. You can split the cost between you and a group of friends, and I will write and run a one-shot for you. And there are a bunch of different add-on options over there you can check out, or you can just tip directly. Like I said, I would prefer the money go to charity because that's the goal of what we're doing this summer. But as I also said before, I'm a very small corner of the internet, and if you want to help out your local Black queer creator during Pride, that's a good way to do it. There are two options. Both are good. There are two wolves inside of you, and both of them are helping me. Those are all of the things I think I have to say. And if I think of more things, I'm going to say them later. So, with that being said, running into a quick recap of our... Oh, I didn't play the stuff that I was going to play. It's fine. Boop. Hopefully that's not playing an ad, but maybe it's playing music. We'll see. So, running into a quick recap of last session of Stormborn's Curse. Our party, Renori, Raven, and Faustus, are all still remaining in Terranth after what was supposed to be just a one-day stay, opened up into a realm of possibilities about, specifically for the moment, Renori and Raven's pasts. After Renori sort of got a little bit prideful at everybody sort of sitting in the tavern, decided to go and pickpocket a stranger just to prove that she could, she ran into one of the Grand Mages under the Queen, Thalen Mars. And Thalen was fascinated by Renori, and not even bothered by the loss of coin. And after a quick conversation, it seems that Thalen knows about what happened to Renori's home. She came from, as most of you will recall, a school of necromancers that was obliterated off the map, and very few people knew about its existence, let alone its loss. So the idea of that information is very intriguing, and he's now invited Renori and one other friend to the Grand Mage Tower located in Terranth to possibly retrieve more information. So our party is deciding what to do about that. At the same time, Raven, who has been on the run from her own past, especially as new details about who she is and these strange powers that continue to emerge, this new magic she's never had access to, continues to boil and change. She encountered another figure from her past. Someone she hadn't seen in a very long time. Cerise. Cerise being a same part of the cult that Raven eventually broke free from, although Cerise herself seems to have also broken free and is now wielding a strange and extremely powerful magic that she claims to want to help Raven with, as repayment for saving her life. So our Raven apprehensively has agreed to just think about it. And Cerise has now taken a room in the same inn that our party is staying in, so there's time to discuss and think. Now, with that and also other conversations between emotions sort of patching, we rise to the next morning. So, the quiet call of seagulls and the sort of gentle breeze fluttering by all of your windows, both in the separate rooms, rouses you to wake. And you can smell, ever so faintly, the promising whispers of a breakfast coming from the tavern area. Both of you, in both rooms, you probably would come to wake around the same time. But we're gonna go to Renori first, over with Casper. What are you up to? As the sun is now hanging pretty high in the sky.
Whoa. Renori would probably stare at the ceiling for a while. Is Casper actually waking up?
He surprisingly, yeah, like he's getting there. Eyes are not open, definitely not fully conscious, but like you can tell he's in that state, you know, when you're like really comfortable and you could go back to sleep, but technically you're awake.
Mm-hmm.
That's where he's existing right now. His hair is sort of just like hedgehogged, like kind of awkwardly spiked in places from mussing it in his sleep. And he's just sort of errantly curled into your arm.
I had a bad dream last night. Lots of monsters.
He sort of murmurs and sits up and, like, kind of pushes himself up on one elbow. Yeah?
Today's an important day.
Today is an important day.
Have important things that need to get done. So, I'm gonna get up. And Renori's gonna, like, try to get out of his...
He's not gonna, surprisingly, in a just development of character, is not going to koala you to this bed.
Oh my goodness.
Right?
Whoa, biggest character development to happen in this campaign.
We thought we would never see the day. He just sort of, like, his fingers just sort of trail over your skin as you pull away, but he doesn't pull you back. He lets you go.
That means you should also get up.
Yeah. He starts to, like, instead of just swinging to sit up like an adult, he just rolls over again until he's at the edge of the bed. And
seriously,
he's in process. It's not like his normal, you know, face down mumbling half conscious. Like he's getting there. He's just very slow.
Okay. Yeah, and then Renori's immediate task at hand would to be to find Faustus.
Okay. Going over to the honeymoon suite, Raven, Faustus, and Tessa. Similar scenario. As the sun sort of comes through the faint taffeta curtains hanging over the double doors and the windows in this room. What you up to?
Raven is like, she looks, you know when you have like a very restful but you look super dopey because you're like, your face is so pressed into the pillow and it could not be like more squished into it, and like there's like a little bit of drool, like that's the vibe Raven's given off, but she slept very poorly last night. And she just like blearily opens her eyes. I had the weirdest dream. There was a fish, and I think their name was Booba. Like, she's just like not talking to anybody. She's just like trying to recount it because the dream is fading very quickly from her mind. And then she'll just sit up. What are we even doing today? She's asking her two compatriots in this room.
Faustus is not in bed anymore. He's in the corner. He's sitting on the floor. And he looks like he's very focused. And there's a bunch of shit spread out on the floor in front of him. Like random little pieces of like junk and materials, a couple of mismatched tools, some books and scrolls that are all kind of pinned out and held open at different places. And with the mage hand operating, you can see some pages floating up in front of his face, and he'll turn and look at it, and he's sort of fiddling with things on his gauntlets, on his leather gauntlets. It looks like he's making some like etchings with some fine tools from his thieves' tools kit.
Is Tessa awake and in the room?
Yeah, she's awake. She's like sitting on the edge of the bed. You see her sort of. Actually, she's sitting crisscross on the bed from where she was laying, and you see her like, not necessarily lost in concentration, but like going through the somatic portions of some spells and murmuring to herself. Like you can tell she's probably preparing herself for the day. But she's not like, oh, she's doing something. She's just more idly going through it.
Raven will sort of just like poke in like a I am just letting you know that I am being annoying and wanting attention way, not in like I'm trying to get your attention to like then initiate more like interaction after that. And then she'll use prestidigitation but to brush her teeth, but if I can flavor it, you'll see like a spectral like toothbrush, and she'll just start to like brush her teeth as she like gets off the bed, and like pads over to where Faustus is and is just like leaning over and looking at what he's doing.
I vibe with this. As this is happening, Renori's knock would probably come on the door.
Come in!
Can you see who that is? I'm almost done here.
Sure.
He's looking back and forth between multiple different pages.
Eyes just, like, each eye moving individually.
I would say probably the yin-yang symbols in his eyes are kind of, like, slowly, like, spinning. And he's just, like, looking at everything.
I'm thinking, like, the apple beach ball.
Not like that visual.
It's the visual that I have.
Because the yin-yang almost makes it look like he has two pupils, it's almost like he's looking in 4 different directions at once.
I love it. I'm Faustus.
Yeah, Raven sort of just like yelled with like toothbrush mouth to let Renori in, and she'll thaumaturgy the door open.
Oh, yeah,
Renori. It's a honeymoon suite, so it's not going to sound like toothbrush mouth, if you know what I'm saying.
Okay.
Like a mouth?
Happy Pride, everybody.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, Renori would walk in. Is Casper with her?
Yeah. Casper's still like probably fussing with his shirt, like, and pants and everything. Like he's dressed. He's just like tucking everything again, but he's there.
Gotcha. Well, it looks like you're busy. Renori's going to say, like, peering, like, towards Faustus.
Almost done. Almost done.
Yep.
Yes. There we go. I'm done. Starts packing up, slowly packing things up.
Okay. I wanna see something. I wanna see if Casper notices something about what you're doing. I still have all of. There goes my headphone wire. This is great.
Wait, yeah. Can I do?
One of these days,
Liz can't hear. Liz can't hear. Liz, can I do some kind of check to see if Renori knew at all what Faustus was up to?
Sure. Yeah, do an intelligence check for me.
Just straight intelligence.
Yeah. I will roll. I'm doing perception for Casper.
Raven walks into the bathroom. You can hear like her like clean up the rest of her like toothbrush shenanigans, and then she'll come back out and like look again at what he's doing.
Okay. What did you get, Renori?
22.
Okay. Faustus, although you can't really probably tell to what degree is tinkering. And Jake, if you would like to share more about what Renori may notice, that's totally up to you.
What did you say you got?
I got a 22.
Okay. Yeah, no, you can definitely see what he's doing. He is etching runes into his leather gauntlets.
Okay.
And maybe some other small, like, little knickknacks and pieces of material. But it looks like primarily was etching runes into his black leather bracers that he wears. And he also has, like, a gold coin that he was fiddling with, too.
Okay.
It looks like he was doing something. I think with a 22, you would probably know that he is imbuing some kind of permanent effect onto objects using runes
Faustus,
that he's
Got
carving with his thieves' tools.
Faustus, you see Casper, like, as you're packing up, like, clock, specifically your crafting book that you're using, and then look at you, and you share, like, just a moment of a secret smile. But he doesn't say anything out loud. It's not the look of you've been caught, it's the look of nice.
Very cool, Faustus. Were you still interested in accompanying me? It would be about that time. Not too long from now.
Yeah, I'm ready to go whenever you are.
Hey, DM, when the hell did he say? Did he say morning?
He said morning.
Okay.
He didn't give a specific time. It's probably like maybe 9 a.m. ish. Like, we're in the realm of like 9 to 10 a.m. You figure it'll probably be appropriate to drop in anywhere from the morning to the afternoon. Like, you didn't get strong, like, be punctual vibes from this guy. He's more seeing if you're gonna show up at all.
Okay.
If in the spirit of leaving the no-name tavern, you do smell breakfast sort of wafting in from the courtyard, from the actual main tavern at the front of the inn. So if you would you be interested in eating here, not taking a meal at all, or snacking on the way?
Well,
Prefer to work on an empty stomach.
yeah. Me too.
We can eat celebratorily afterwards if things go well. And if they don't, we'll be dead.
Exactly.
So it won't matter if
and
you've eaten anyway.
yeah, and honestly,
There's less of a chance you'll defecate
Just
yourself
less,
when you die.
exactly, and less for the worms and flies.
and the anxiety really like kills the appetite anyway.
What anxiety?
The fear of things going poorly.
Well, if things go poorly, they go poorly. Nothing you can do about that.
There's the opportunity to have been able to do something better prior to.
But you won't know that that's the case until it's too late.
And then you can mourn your ill choices.
Can't be helped. Things might go bad. Do your best. And as long as your best is really good, things will mostly go pretty well for you. Shall we be off? It doesn't sound like either of us is interested in breakfast.
No, I think it would be good, yes, to head out. And Renori would move towards the door, like motioning for Faustus to come with her.
Casper pipes up. Raven, Tessa, y'all, do you guys want anything?
So, is the plan for them to just go alone and for...
Oh, no, we're definitely backup. But, like, you know, I don't know if anybody else wants to eat. We can take something on the way if you want to.
I mean, I'm used to working on an empty stomach, so I don't mind either way.
Fair enough. And Tessa just shrugs idly. Like, she's not really, She's just kind of zen right now. She's just vibing.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Based on how well Raven knows Tessa thus far in the campaign,
Yeah.
do I know whether or not she'll want to eat something?
You get the impression from her body language that she's a little bit like, aw, but she's not like visibly upset. Like she seems okay. She seems alright.
Extend her hand for her to like get up from. I'm
We'll
assuming
take
she was
it.
sitting.
Yeah.
Let's get you something to eat at least.
Oh, no,
We
I'm
can
alright.
just pick up something quick, like a pastry, and
Okay.
it'll be fine.
Okay. And so
On the go food.
Renori,
It's much better than rat on a stick. Although, if you would like that, I could prepare that for you.
I would try it,
There's
but I don't know if I
nothing
want that to
wrong
be my
with rat on
first
a stick.
meal.
Rat on the stick is very useful in certain
Properly
situations.
seasoned, properly prepared,
Mhm.
perfectly acceptable.
It is strangely
I don't know if I'm still
upsettingly
here.
appealing to me.
Maybe a different time when we're not in a place where we could afford to just grab something
Maybe
that's a bit
time.
more natural.
Yeah. Faustus and Renori, would you wait for Raven, Tessa, and Casper? This is like a conversation happening out loud while
I think
leave, but
Faustus would because they were gonna they were gonna be our backup if something goes wrong. I think we wouldn't like rush ahead. I don't think since we discussed that ahead of time. But I think Faustus would probably ask Renori, can I show you something I've been working on?
Yes, absolutely.
You might have some perspective or some ideas maybe about how to improve it. But so these runes I've been working on, I've been putting together some different. I find it very annoying that whenever I want to do magic, I have to cast the spell in the moment to make the action. I'd rather, prepare in advance. That's kind of my approach to work, is to make as much preparation as you can in advance. So now, and he sort of holds his hand over the runes, and some of the runes glow purple. And then from the
color.
The gauntlet lights up and casts bright light for 5 feet and dim light for an additional 5 feet, like a little flashlight.
Renori kind of
shining a little
shields
light.
her eyes a bit.
And
that's amazing.
Since it's originating from something small, and he covers the gauntlet with his hand, and it like muffles the light. And he's like, you can use it for espionage application.
Sneaky times.
Exactly. And then I think these might be useful. And he pulls a coin out, and he taps it, and then tosses it, and it bounces. And a few seconds later, it says, "Hey, over here."
Ooh.
Oh, that's interesting.
It can record a short message that can be activated by touch.
Huh. Okay. That does seem useful.
And this isn't nearly as useful, but sort of holds a hand over the other gauntlet and waves it, and some of the runes light up, and this little like puff of sort of like pinkish vapor sort of wafts out and then vanishes, and you smell like roses.
Oh.
So I haven't figured out how that's useful, but it was in the book, and so I put the runes down.
Well, can you only make it smell like roses?
You can make it smell like... He puts it... What do you want it to smell like?
No. What I'm about to suggest, you should perhaps not trial run. But I was going to suggest like a really smelly animal or something if you ever wanted to detour someone from being in your personal space for a bit, perhaps.
I'm not usually trying to deter people from being in my space, but
No. I didn't think so.
It remains. The scent of roses just remains, and now it's just sort of lingering around Faustus now.
But it could also have good romantic applications. There are different scents that are supposed to be aphrodisiacs. So You never know.
Interesting. So what you're saying is I should isolate the scent of an aphrodisiac and then use it in order to manipulate potential sexual partners with a hormonal mist.
Tessa
It would be
snorts.
it would be consensual. You would be like, I have a hormonal mist, and then
Hey ladies, I've got a hormonal mist for you.
you
I'm
would
just
be
Hey
imagining
fellas,
surprised.
come on over to
somebody-
my hormonal
You
mist.
would be surprised the type of market there is out there for that kind of thing.
I was
Faustus.
subscribed to Popular Science in high school. I
Just
saw
like
the advertisements.
The back
I know how
alley
this works.
trench coat type vibe to this is just really great. Just like
Also, the tragedy that is both of Faustus's partners.
Renoi, I don't think I'm going to
get
use my
breakfast
cool
together.
new arcane gauntlets to make sex smells. I don't think that was really what I intended.
Well, okay, well then we can pivot back towards that they are really phenomenal, and I'm sincerely
suppose I could make
impressed.
it smell as though I have had sex. That could be a useful tool.
all right, breakfast. It's breakfast time.
um,
Casper starts like
Faustus
shepherding
really
everybody
does
to the
not
door.
want. Faustus really doesn't want to smell like a virgin.
Oh god.
Anyway, Faustus smells like roses
You
now
smell
all
like
the
a
time.
virgin.
Oh god.
I really want that to be the first thing Sachi says to Faustus.
All right, Sachi, you know what you have to
Smell
do.
like a virgin.
As everybody wakes, the five of you make your way
Oh my God.
to the tavern. The smell of fresh foods begins to get more potent. You smell sizzling bacon, eggs, fresh bread, and an aroma of various fruits. And it's just lovely. And the tavern is nowhere near as jam-packed as it was during the nights. It is, if anything, a little empty. There are a few people here and there, but it's in this emptiness that allows you to actually take account of the space. It's a lot bigger than it seemed before. And you can see at the bar again the rather stunning barkeep who was sort of blocked by the wave of people ordering drinks. She is fat, and she has this gorgeous shimmering like bronze skin and black hair that falls in silky waves behind her, and she's wearing like the traditional witch's hat. Simple blouse, but she's wearing a skirt, and Raven was the one who saw her first. So Raven, you would notice that she swapped her skirt. Everybody else, you're seeing this for the first time. She's wearing a skirt of like purples and blues, and there's just like the splotches of a night sky, but you can see that the actual picture on the skirt is moving. Like there is a moon on the skirt that is like actively tracking over the surface of it, like in a very slow rotation. Like this, it's the fabric itself is animated, and the hat itself matches that. And she is just sort of humming to herself and mixing things around. Hearing you come down the stairs and everything, she'd probably turn to greet you. Hello, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Hello, nurse.
I like your skirt today.
Oh, why thank you. It was enchanted for me by a good friend.
Might I ask if your good friend enchants any other clothing?
Oh,
Very, very fine, and I would love to peruse their wares, if possible.
You could actually speak to them right now if you'd like. And then she cups her hands around her mouth and goes, Thorn! And you hear, there's like a small staircase behind the bar, but you can see like the railing to it and where it descends, almost like a cellar staircase where it descends into like darkness. And you hear some ominous crashing and the moving of objects and some faint cursing, and then heavy stomping. And coming up the stairs is something I don't think any of you have ever personally laid eyes on, although a couple of you may have heard of one before. Not quite machine, yet not quite fully mechanic. It's a very tall, android-like figure. It has this sort of brassy gold chassis to it, made almost entirely of just like filigree. It reminds you of the design of the mirror, actually, but in just full body form. And beneath it, there's like faint, you can see clear as day, like the faint clockwork workings, and you can hear the faint ticks and gear shifts, and little faint hisses of pistons as it moves. The face is more of this filigree, and then a gentle blue light. It's just a cavity and a blue light. There's no face to this entity, but it sort of, as it speaks, which it will in a moment, the light flickers, mimicking the waveform of the voice.
Look at my one-shot character for Kristen's one-shot by any chance.
No, I did not, but I'm thrilled to hear this news. And they're wearing a simple white shirt and some brown trousers, and this is Thorn. And Thorn's posture and movement is just like any flesh and blood person, although you can see their components from the inside out. And they make their way upstairs, and you just hear a faint, slightly tinny voice go, "Oh, hello." And they're like holding a crate full of just odds and ends, and they sort of just drop it unceremoniously on the floor. I was summoned. Hi. I apologize. I'm not the best at conversation. Did you need something from me?
I look for useful odds and ends in the crate that they just dropped. And
yeah, there's a few things.
Attempt to steal them with my mage hand if they look useful to me.
I'll list what's in it. You tell me. There's some gears, springs, probably a couple of pistons, and you see like what looks like a painter's kit, and you see just a few cups of paint. You can't tell what color because of the rim of the box.
Right. We're looking for like the gears. Let's see, a spring, a piston, and a couple of gears is what I'm gonna be sort of trying to sift out of the crate and move to my bag.
Go for it. Roll a sleight of hand check.
Okay.
And just let me know what you get.
That is a 29.
Yeah. You're able to very gently, as they're speaking, just sort of peruse through what you want without making too much noise and pluck through, and you can add that stuff to your inventory.
And because Faustus can cast Mage Hand without any verbal and somatic components, he doesn't have to say anything while he's casting it, so he will start conversing with this individual as the items are being moved into his bag.
As you talk, Aurora, who is the barkeep, if you have any orders that you would like to place for food to go for her, you could get like a full breakfast, you could get just a pastry, just let me know what you want.
I'll have a glass of wine while this conversation's going on.
Good taste. You want top shelf or middle?
What is your top shelf run?
Well, she reaches up and pulls, and sort of, not even touching the bottle, just reaches up and twists her wrists, and 2 bottles drift down. I've got Silver Vine, which is delicious. This is going to be a bit more expensive because it's the good stuff. And then we have some classic made and brewed right here in Rydell. Also pretty great. So it depends if you're looking for an elven taste or a human, basically.
Oh, the Silver Vine sounds like my...
Another twitch of the fingers, and the other bottle floats away without incident, leaving the Silver Vine. It'll run you maybe 1 silver for a glass.
Nice.
And so the bottle uncorks itself, and there's a hefty bartender's pour before it pops back in and floats away. And there's this rich burgundy, almost mahogany color to this liquor.
Enchanté.
Anybody else placing any orders?
Yeah, the reason why we came here. Raven will sort of just be like watching this interaction unfold, and then she'll just still next to Tessa be like, yeah, we were just wondering if you had any breakfast items that were good to eat while on the go.
Oh, of course. I have pastries and another twitch of the wrists, and a tray of fresh baked pastries alights itself onto the bar counter. You see danishes, cinnamon rolls, croissants, just slices of bread, muffins. There's just anything.
Raven gestures, looking at Tessa.
Tessa looks like a kid in a candy store, and sort of just standing there scanning the tray, eventually settles on a very plump-looking cinnamon roll, and forks over her own money for it. Would you like anything, Raven?
No, Raven's not gonna eat anything.
Okay, so then another motion and the tray disappears. Thorn is still kind of awkwardly hovering, not sure why they were called upstairs. And the lack of emoting vehicles, like no eyebrows, no mouth or anything, makes it difficult to sort of tell off of the tone of their voice, but there's a soft awkwardness to them where they're just kind of like, I could go if...
I think Faustus was interested in enchanted clothing.
Which one of you is Faustus?
Yes, Hello, I'm
Hello.
Faustus.
I'm Thorn.
Yes, I saw... Nice to meet you. I heard from your friend here that you do some enchantment of clothing. I was intrigued.
Oh, yes, I do. It's a pretty delicate process. In what capacity are you seeking to learn or to purchase?
Oh my! I had presumed purchase, but I will admit, recently I've begun to dabble in crafting of items arcane, and if you're willing to share some of your knowledge, I'd certainly be interested in that as well.
Yeah.
I have coin.
Oh, sure. I've been trying to get a store up and running, but it hasn't really taken all too well, so kind
Do
of
you have any inventory?
Plenty. Yeah. People are just a little bit intimidated by me, I suppose, so nothing's really sold well. But anybody that comes by and inquires, I just sort of open up everything to them. Everything's downstairs if you want to take a look. It's up to you.
You all are getting breakfast, right? If I take just a couple of minutes to peruse the inventory, would that be all right?
I believe I'm done, so I could join along.
I'm also
right.
not. If you have things to do, I'm not going anywhere. I run the place with Aurora, so
Just a quick peek.
okay.
I'm intrigued too by what there might be available.
Thorn sort of pivots a little bit and looks back at Aurora, and Aurora gives them a thumbs up, and then they go to start proceeding back down the stairs. And before they go, Aurora sort of like smirks a little bit and twitches her fingers, and you watch as from some of the filigree in Thorn's head, little like roses just bloom into a crown, and they don't seem to notice. And then they continue down their stairs, and you enter a small, but you can tell it was intended to be a storefront, although it is in a basement. It's a small room, and there's just a meek little countertop at the back of the room, and it's pretty dim, although Thorn sort of claps their hands and light enchanted lanterns take light around you. And laid out on errant crates and shelves are just clothing items askew. There are cloaks, there are corsets, gowns, skirts, like there's enough here to open a store, but nobody here to buy.
Why have you not been able to find interest in your wares?
Well, they sort of gesture to themselves. I'm not exactly very popular because of my appearance. I scare kids, and then their parents don't want to come back, and then it's just a whole thing. So I kind of just help out with the bar instead. I it's better to have slow trickles of business than to force something that's clearly not gonna work.
I want to say that Raven, in response to Thorn saying that they scare children, says whatever the Faerun equivalent to "fuck them kids" is.
Fucking
No,
kid.
I feel like that's a
It's
universal
my
constant.
reflex. Okay, cool.
Curse those children.
Yeah,
Fucketh,
yeah. She says,
fucketh
"Curse
thou
those children."
street urchins.
There we go.
Curse those children. Uh,
Curse thy spawn.
Yeah, curse thy spawn. That's the one.
yeah. Curse thy spawn. And then she's just perusing everything. Um, and kind of is looking at those items, and then like, what is she seeing specifically?
Like I said, there's all array of stuff. Like there's any clothing item you could think of is basically here. There's not really accessories, and not necessarily like proper armor. Like this is more of a tailor-esque sort of inventory. But if you could think of it in a clothing shop, it's here. Blouses, corsets, shirts, boots, all sorts.
Um, okay, so like, are they already enchanted?
Yeah, there are a few. You see,
Okay.
like, there's a couple of crates that are probably like to be enchanted, but everything here is already, yeah. So if you describe what you're looking for, I can kind of tell you what in the ballpark you would find of those parameters.
See, that's so cool. Issue is I have no idea. I was hoping you would provide some examples.
I could go when I say that there's everything. I could go on forever, and I could, so I could.
Maybe someone else should go then, because I don't have anything in mind.
Okay, I could circle back to you and start like actually going through the inventory. If nothing sparks your interest from what's being said, but anybody else have anything they're thinking of?
Would there be anything that would add to armor class, perhaps?
From what you see in here, the enchantments are aesthetic mostly. It's not really an armory, it's more tailor-y, and proper clothing. So, likely no.
So the enchantments would be like patterns on them.
The moving patterns that you saw in Aurora's skirt are likely what you're looking at, yeah.
Gotcha.
You could inquire. It would, I mean, what you seek is not impossible, but from what you see in front of you.
I know exactly what I'm looking for.
Lay it on me,
And
Festus.
it's just aesthetic fabrics. That's all I care about. I'm just here for the aesthetic fabrics.
Nice.
I want something that is jet black
Okay.
with I'm looking for something in a jet black with a void of space motif, pinpricks of constellation starlight type of deal. Thinking because I saw the moon cloak outside, he might have something like that. I come in with some space themed expectations.
Are there particular items of clothing that you're looking for? Are you looking for a set? What are you thinking?
I am looking for a set to include like pants, shirts, and some sort of cloak. Wistfully, I would like to see a hooded cloak because that is my jam.
So, describing this to Thorn, they sort of sift through. They have like a pile of like darks for their fabrics, and you see all sorts of navies and everything like that. And they finally get through the pile, and they pull out a few folded items and then like a cloak, and then they come over to like another set of empty crates and lay them out. And so you do see most of a set. You see a hooded cloak that looks as you described. It is jet black, and ever so occasionally you do see the twinkling pinpricks of stars. There is a constant, continuous map over the cloak, but the stars shift in brightness at different times, only allowing you to see certain constellations at certain times. There is a shirt in a matching pattern, and the cuffs sort of come into cinch, and the cuffs have silver buttons that don't even, like, they don't reflect. Like, there's an odd matte quality to them. There is an accompanying sash as well. And then plain pants. The pants don't seem to have any noticeable detailing that you can see. And then there are no shoes. And Thorn kind of just kicks the ground just a little bit, like, almost embarrassed. Like, I never got around to the pants, but I have the shirt and the cloak and the sash. And if you are interested, I could always just enchant the pants for you as well.
Yes, I think this is exactly what I was hoping for, and this is wonderful craftsmanship.
Oh,
It's such a shame that you haven't been able to attract attention to your shop. I, as you imagine, sometimes don't attract the most positive attention either. People get a little bit unsettled by the four pupils thing. Um, anyway, I think this
people.
is wonderful craftsmanship. And how much do you charge for something like this?
Oh, I don't really have set prices. Thorn looks back towards the stairs and looks at Aurora, like towards the direction Aurora was, and looks back at you all and goes, I honestly would let you walk out of here without even paying for them, but the inn's in a bit of a spot right now, and I know Aurora could use a little bit of the help, so let's say 15 gold and call it fair.
Thorn, I've seen a lot of craftsmanship in my time, and I've never seen someone more unjustifiably humble in their requests for pricing. You, Thorn, are an artist, and you should demand an artist's prices.
Oh, oh, thank you. Um,
Uh, I will give you 25 gold for this.
oh, you're very generous. Thank you.
That seems like a fair price in my estimation.
They
I
will,
agree.
they will take it and play. They're wearing like a simple leather apron, like tied in half around their waist, and they tuck it into the pockets. Um, so that takes care of Faustus. You're able to get your items. Do you want the pants enchanted as well?
Sure.
So
But if
Thorn
I could
will, taking that into
come
account.
back for those later or something.
Yeah, so you can just come back and at any point, probably during the evening, just come and see Thorn. Or you could see them for like a status update, and then oh, thank you so much. I got dinner. Or you could come see them for a status update, and they'll
Dinner
tell you how close they are.
delivery.
I got a sub. So
Yo.
I mean, if it
Up these nuts.
no,
I got him.
You didn't get me because I'm not a sub.
Kirsten gets it up top. I realized that was there.
Oh.
There we go.
I'm
Yeah.
on bottom, but I'm a bottom. Never mind.
This is a bottom.
Have pride.
Faustus is a bottom.
I'm
Happy
proud.
Pride.
I'm exploring the other side of things with my D&D character.
And I love that for you. Anybody else looking for anything in the store?
Raven will sort of put down like just one of the pieces that like maybe like she was like thinking and just like looking at things. She puts down a piece of cloth and will sort of look over at Thorn and ask I had a random question. Do you know anything about the history of enchanted items?
Oh, a little bit.
Like in like particularly with clothing.
Yeah, I do know a little bit actually. I have a book on it if you're interested. I could loan it to you. Or are you looking for more for me to tell you?
Absolutely, yes. No, well, I would love to. Maybe well, here, I'll make an offering. I could read the book that you're willing to loan me, and then maybe we can spend some time together or have a drink or something, and I can talk to you more about what I've read.
I would genuinely really love that, miss. And they
It's
reached out-
Assuming
Raven.
we're all still alive by
Raven.
tonight, I'd join you for a drink as well.
That that would be lovely.
Yeah, sure, why not? Sounds great.
All right. Yeah. Sure. I'll just you can just come find me. I mean, Aurora knows your faces, so just let her know. And sure. Whenever you're ready. I don't really sleep, so it's any hour is all right with me.
Yeah, if we don't show up
Holy
eventually,
shit, that
we're dead.
Very concerning. Very concerning.
Adventuring. It comes with the territory.
Yeah.
And also, we're
tell-
like, so committed to our word that we would rather die than break our word about meeting you for a drink later.
That's strangely reassuring. Thank you. Most people would not be that honest. I'm going. Thorn like reaches behind the counter and pulls out this heavy, and it's a big book, but in the sense of like, you know how the people will sell those like novelty guides, behind the scene books, things that are like unnecessarily large for decoration. It feels more like that and less like you're being handed a dictionary. It has like an ornate green cover on it, and they
like the Egyptology, Greek
yes,
mythology
exactly like
The
that.
Dragonology.
And it has like a little shadow portrait of like a clothing form, and so they pass that to you and go, yeah, just take good care of it. It's an heirloom, but I don't mind sharing. Knowledge should be shared, and I hope you find it as fascinating as I did.
I'll get back to you later, Thorn.
Okay.
And she'll sort of like with the book, and then if everybody is exiting, we'll sort of.
Did Renori want to look for anything?
No.
Casper's going to.
Dear God.
I kind of want both of them to have new outfits, so yeah. So Casper and Tessa, while Faustus was looking, would have also picked up some things. So
yeah. Everybody's got shifting clothing now.
Yeah, I just I think they deserve it. Casper
montage.
Thank you.
Casper sort of stowed his coat away for the most part. He hasn't really been able to wear it while you've been on land, except between major cities while you're out in the elements. And he picks up a black leather like coat with silver buttons, and it has, like when you emboss leather, all of the decorations the same color, but you can tell that the design is there. It's that sort of shifting landscape of a rocky ocean and a kraken reaching out from the waves, and like its tentacles are curling up towards the sky and like sort of frame the sun. And very ever so faintly in one of the corners, and this is where the part of the enchantment comes in, there's a ship that makes its way very slowly across the surface of the water on the jacket. And he purchases that for himself and kind of shrugs it on and gets settled in it. And Tessa, she looks at, what would Tessa get? Yeah, sure, why not? Tessa picks up from the Blues a very nice, like, a new cloak for herself. The rich blue velvet one that she had being a little too reminiscent of the coronation in Alhasari. And now that she knows of it, it seems she has also finally agreed with that notion, and she stows it away. And picks up a new cloak, a deeper blue. And this one, very similar to Faustus's, has the pinprick of those stars. And then just at the base of the neck, so you can only see it when the hood of the cloak is up, there is just a silver moon with light that streaks out in every direction. It's very clear this is enchanted, but it seems very plain. Like there might be something else to it, but you can't quite see what it might be yet. And so she purchases that and puts that on as well.
Did you say there was a sash?
Yes, there's a sash with your outfit.
Could I ask Thorn, hold up the sash, and ask Thorn to put 2 little holes just about this far apart in the sash for me?
Easy enough. Thorn actually takes like one of their fingers and it
Oh my God.
pops out into a claw. and they just very gently pierce it through the fabric, and their finger itself rotates in the socket to give you a perfect circle, and they do the same thing on the other side.
Renori will run her hands up and down like Casper's arms and be like, "This is a good choice."
Oh, thanks. I was kind of missing my old jacket.
I'm gonna send you guys a little.
You look hot.
quick
That's
image.
what I'm
gonna
trying
send you
to
guys a quick image
get
of
across.
His cheeks kind of flush a little bit pink. Thanks.
Yep. You're welcome.
Are we going to be on our way? Question mark.
What?
Are we going to be on our way? Are we finished in the
Oh
shop?
yeah, Raven's done.
Faustus?
Yeah, Faustus is just Starry Night Zoro now, so.
Which I love.
This is all I've ever wanted.
So as you make your way out into the streets, the sun gleaming down on the brick and cobble streets of Tarrant, you can hear the clip-clopping of horse hooves, the general streams of chatter, the calling of seabirds ahead of you, and it is a clear blue sky as far as you can see, even looking down the hill and slope that leads to the seaside. There are clouds ever so far in the distance, but it looks like nothing could crush this perfect day. The weather is gorgeous. You can see remnants of a marketplace that are just, very busy, but it looks like they're swapping out whatever their wares were. And you can see remnants of the festival that's going on this week. Lanterns and flower garlands and magical decorations and non-magical decorations. And just, the city is alive and alight. And even as you have this sort of grim undertaking, it's some breath of fresh air. And then it sort of breaks a little bit. And you hear what I can only describe and will later regret as wet slapping. As it sounds like something is in rapid transit towards you, but you can, whatever it is moist. And it is moving very quickly. And
under her breath, Raven just goes poopa.
Extremely loud and incredibly moist.
You hear rounding, almost you see just maybe a block's equivalent down. Although here, there are a bunch of little alleyways and back streets that wouldn't necessarily constitute a full block, but about a block's distance away, a city block's distance away, you see skidding out from around the corner this stocky, bulbous fish person. It is just in itself a round orb, basically with little flipper feet and flippers that extend from the body, and it is a earthy shade of brown with a sort of lighter shading, almost like a stomach shading like you would see on a lot of creatures, and it has these two comically large, kind of adorable black eyes and a mouth shaped sort of like an N, so it kind of its mouth would open like this. And it has a satchel around its shoulder, and it's just and eventually it trips and falls face first onto the street and picks itself up, and it's still running. Koi. You are moving at speed towards the party. You don't know these strangers, but you do know they're in your way, because you have a prize to catch. You can see this cluster of confused looking people staring, but you're busy. And you can see
Sorry, continue.
Okay. You leap and hop around the corner just as the fish starts to get away.
Fuck.
What are you doing? It's within your range.
I'm gonna try to grapple it.
Okay, go ahead. Let's roll. Let's roll for that. Where'd my dice tray go? Oh,
Fuck, okay.
well, oh, it's here. I put my sandwich on it. We're good, guys. Don't worry.
Priorities. Priorities is the
Priorities.
sandwich.
Was that a red herring? That fish?
More of a catfish.
God damn it.
No, I don't
Nice.
want the collections. Give me my character.
It's not the first time someone's tried to catfish me on the internet, but it's the first time it's worked.
Nice.
Okay. So it's gonna be my feet.
Okay.
Grappling pin. You can use your action to try pin a creature grappling. You'd make another grapple check. If you succeed, you can blah 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 grapple.
Grappling is your
18.
feet
I
with your hands.
don't know what I
Would you roll?
add to that though, because it doesn't tell me.
You would add your grappling to your strength.
Oh,
I think
Don't have
grappling
that.
to, I don't know,
18.
maybe not, but grappling's usually athletics, I think. We'll usually take athletics
then that's
proficiency
a
into account.
dirty
Athletics.
20 if it takes athletics.
Athletics, sure.
Dirty 20.
So, you, how do you want to do this? I'm gonna let you choose.
I
But you do
wanna,
successfully grapple.
like parkour where you like jump off another thing to get to an. I want a hardcore parkour with Grace, and like fly on top of this fish and like maybe while it's like kind of tripping, just like 3-point land on its back.
Okay. And it has your prize, the satchel that it stole from a unassuming vendor down by the seaside, where you were earlier this morning, and where you have been for quite a little while. And this little thing, which should not be so fast, has made its way all the way uphill, and you are very tired of its nonsense, but you have the satchel back, and you're probably going to get a really nice reward for returning it. Can you describe what the party sees as you epically 3-point land on this loser?
Yeah. So what you see is moved feet land on the back of this bulbous fucker.
Nice.
Fish fucker. Light fur, very fair skinned, wearing I don't know, bard clothes. In
Yeah.
hues of pink and white. Yeah, I don't clothing. They're wearing clothes. She has very bright pink hair, tied up in a ponytail at the time being, and horns that wrap around doe-like ears. And she has a tattoo on her left arm that sometimes you look at it and you swear it's moving, but it's also not. And various gold jewelry.
So,
Yeah.
Koi, you secure your prize. It's like the lamest purse snatcher there could possibly be. But you see this group of people standing in front of you just staring at you.
Raven is holding Wesley and feeding him little scraps of food that she has on her person. So she's literally standing there like as like Wesley is just nibbling on like a piece of fruit or something that's in her hand, and she's just like,
I should not be so emotional over a fake crab that I invented, and yet
Yes, crab.
Here we are.
here we are. He's very excited about both the snacks and where you are. He's been pretty quiet over the journey, just kind of gently every once in a while he'll just kind of gasp a little bit as he takes in new scenery. But he's very, very excited about where you are right now. And he's accepting the snacks. So Koi, you see sort of dumbfounded looks in the party. You see Koi.
I'm just gonna grab the satchel and kick the fish to see if it's still alive. You good? Are you okay?
There's a muffled blubber and what you think sounds like a squeaky dolphin sound, so it's probably okay.
Yeah, okay, he's okay. I must stomp on him again a little bit.
That's it. It no longer makes noise.
Give him the stomp.
I'm gonna see, like, Raven looks at the fish with like this wide-eyed bewilderment. What's your name? He's asking the fish.
I think I knocked him out.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't know what his name is.
okay.
You can ask him in like an hour. At
No.
lockup.
It's fine. What's your sorry? Hi, I'm. What's your name?
Hi. My name's Koi.
Oh, kind of like the fish.
What? Yeah.
In from the land of Japan, which is in Faerun.
All of these
Right?
fictional countries and then Japan. Yeah.
I'm gonna say that if Greek mythology things exist in the canon of Faerun, so can a singular species of fish from one Asian
Hey,
country.
Mm-hmm.
True.
I have a
Never
token
heard of
for
that
roll
place
20 for our new
in my life.
player, and it's going to be great.
Oh.
The image just happens to be perfect.
So
She is
Koi,
Asian, by the way, but I've never heard of Japan.
yeah, it's fine.
Well, this fawn is not Asian, but it's a fawn or a satyr, so it has
It's
horns
an
at
Asian
least.
satyr.
Hell yeah.
This image I'm bringing in.
Renori's going to like look at the fish and then look back at Koi. I'm Renori. I just want to clarify, Koi, that hi, yeah, yep, hello. Renori like just shakes hands. Is a little baffled, not used to that. So I just want to be sure that you weren't just robbing them. You were
Oh,
reclaiming
no. I
something.
would never. It's kind of, well, eat the rich. But
Yeah, no,
no.
that's fine. That's fine. Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
no. This I don't know
Absolutely,
his
I
name.
agree.
This bub, I don't know. Stole from somewhere I was staying at. And that just can't stand. 'Cause they were nice to me, and you don't steal from people who are nice to me. So you know.
Fair.
Had
Fair.
to do my
I'm going to
duty.
be extra
I
nice
like
to
this
you
one.
now.
Oh, I would love that.
Yeah. Yep. Because you seem like someone I want on my side, honestly.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause if we're on her side, she won't jump up and step on us with her hooves.
I mean, unless you want that.
I mean, we could always just incorporate
Give it
her
some
offering?
back
whenever.
massage.
You
Uh,
offering?
Fuck, I could
I
use a
mean,
back massage. Maybe later. We're busy
I
right
mean,
now.
just to circumvent that problem, we could also just include Koi in whatever other shenanigans we might have in store, whether that's
Am
stealing
I
or not
getting a
stealing.
party invite? Is there a party? I love to party.
I mean, we could throw a party. I mean, we're staying in an inn. There's usually a party at an inn tavern thing every night. That's kind of our business model.
Yes,
Music.
and
Boy, you see that they're standing outside the No Name Inn. You're
Oh.
familiar with it. It pretty much, as
Music's
soon as it
okay.
hits about, like, publicly 6 o'clock, but honestly 4 o'clock, like, the place just kicks up into epic jams. And you have a gig there, actually.
Oh shit.
Yeah, you have two major gigs this week, and one of them is at the No Name Inn.
Did you see my posters? I made some posters.
Oh,
that's
my gosh.
why you look
Yes.
familiar.
Oh, I just get that a lot.
Or that.
Really, I don't know that I've ever seen anyone quite like you. You get that a lot, that people that. All right.
Very likable.
That's totally understandable. You know, party invites and all of that. You know, there will probably be a party here, and Renori will
I know.
gesture.
Ooh,
So
actually,
you know,
guys,
we have something we need to take care of.
we should do
Is there villainy afoot?
a vetting process. Remember what happened last time? Should we do a quick vetting process, like a
Do I hear
who have you
this?
saved,
Like,
who
are
have you
you
killed, and
whispering?
why, or something?
Are you
Yeah, I'm
stage
whispering.
or
I'm stage whispering. I am
Do I
stage
pick up
whispering.
on
It's
this?
definitely audible. It's definitely audible, yeah.
Okay.
Like, should we ask like 3 questions, like who have you saved, who have you killed, and why, or something like that? I don't
Yeah,
know,
those
just
are
off the top
such
of my
great
head.
questions.
It's not from a show I watched back in my hometown called The Running Dead.
Oh my god. She's gonna look. Are we like? How crowded is this
Favorite
area?
show.
It's not too bad.
Okay.
People are pretty much moving. This isn't a place where people are idling. which is why you stood out.
Okay.
I'm gonna double
Raven
check
in a
the fish is
low
alive.
voice.
I'm gonna double check that the fish is alive.
Visibly it's breathing just because of like how rotund it is. You can see that it is breathing. But it's not moving.
I'm gonna take some rope and try to tie its flippers while they're discussing whether they like me or not.
You can roll either survival or sleight of hand, whichever's better.
Renori will stage whisper.
I was going to ask Koi something, if you can hold on to that.
17, you do absolutely wrangle the fish. Sorry. You had 2 people
Wrangler
say things.
Raven, at the mention of a question, or like a questioning, will lower her voice and look at Koi, prepped to make what's hopefully a fucking incredible insight check, as she asks, "Have you ever heard of a man named Hugo Stormborn? Or
And then
Caliban
Faustus
Verdot?"
just rapidly says, "Stones, Emanter."
What is happening?
End of the world. He's just like popping words out, just popping keywords out to see if she reacts.
Koi, roll me a history check. You can decide how you react separately, but roll me a history check to see if you know what they're talking about.
Where's his? There. That's a 2 plus 3.
5.
Oh.
Okay.
5.
Because
just
of
blankly staring.
Yeah, because of your past, the name Hugo Stormborn does vaguely jostle something in the back of your head, but like not super much. And it kind of sounds like a whack name anyway.
Is he like famous or something? Are they in a band?
I also asked about Caliban Verdot, and I just want to know if that would...
you don't know who that is. That sounds like a salad dressing to you.
I'm actually kind of
sound like a salad
is that do you have salad?
No.
Damn it.
I don't really care. You don't really carry perishables when you're traveling long distances. It's usually not the best idea.
You just pick it up as you go. I pull out like some kale.
And I'm assuming that a 26 insight check would also like just completely... I'll be reading this as genuinely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Koi, you see there's a dark-skinned woman with very curly, kinky hair that she's pulled up into like the top of her head in like a puff. And it's pretty long, and like in some directions it's sort of like the curls just kind of bounce out, and she has these deep piercing blue eyes, and a very kind smile. She's wearing just sort of attire in varying shades of blue. You can tell she's got her color scheme together. She sort of scoots from the periphery of the party, and you see in her hand like something take root and bloom, and then she sort of tears it off, and she offers you a little bit of like lettuce. And she sort of like breaks the leaves so that you could like store it should you want to, but like passes it over to you.
I'm going to eat it. Do you know, running after fishes is like, a bit more energy consuming than you would think. Like, he was a slippery motherfucker. You guys are very nice and dressed so nicely.
I've got half a glass of wine left if you'd like something to wash
that
down with.
Amazing. Renori's gonna stage whisper back to Faustus after a moment and be like, do we want to invite someone we just met along for something like this?
Oh my god, where are we going? I don't have anything till the gig. Are you guys coming to that?
Yeah. I mean, we sort of are
staying there,
here.
so yeah.
Yeah.
Raven will sort of reach back, look back. And she'll point out, well, it's only the 2 of you who are actually entering the place, so she could just hang out with the rest of us.
You guys could hang out and vet her while we're gone.
I mean,
ask
so
her
far,
all the probing questions that we need to ask.
I mean, so far...
Really give her the 3rd degree.
Yeah.
This sounds
She'll-
like so much fun.
Turn the lights up bright. Do a good cop, bad cop with Casper.
Oh, I don't like cops.
Yeah,
Neither
I'm
do
not
I.
also a
Yeah,
fan.
do I? No.
Hey, Gab.
I
All
did-
guards are bastards.
Oh my god.
I did. I did gather from the answer she gave me that she genuinely just doesn't have much of a clue as to who their main concerns as of late are. So,
Koi is looking for a place to properly dispose of the cup that
Oh,
Justice gave them.
Oh, I walked out of the bar with that. There's no place to properly dispose of it.
I mean,
I'll
you
take
could
it.
sit it anywhere.
I'll take it.
Raven
back if you
offers her
want.
hand out to take it.
Oh, now you have two hands. Who do you pick?
Oh, that's a lot of
You don't
decisions
have
you're
to
placing in front of
because it
me.
slowly begins to be tugged from your hand. Do you let it go?
Invisibly.
Who can do magic? Who's doing it?
All of us.
Technically,
all
not
of us.
magic. It's technically telekinesis.
Do I believe him?
Roll an insight check.
That's
He's
a
either
19 naturally, so that
oh, nice.
that's
Upon
a
your, like,
that's a 20 something because I have a plus
It does
11.
kind
Oh,
of
yeah.
fall. It does kind of fall because of the telekinetic feat. It does kind of fall more under like the psionic D&D classes, like aberrant mind sorcerer, that kind of stuff. So it really is more kind of like a mind fucky thing than magic, really.
based on vibes, though, like, you have the first initial diagnosis of either he's, like, really constipated or he's, like, doing magic. But you get the sense it's, like, magic or magic adjacent. But you personally probably don't know much about telekinesis and psionic abilities yet.
It's a
What are you
mage
gonna
hand,
do with
though,
the cup
technically.
now that you
So it can
have
only
it?
exert 10 pounds of pressure, so you can hold on to it. There's nothing I can do about that. I'm just sort of tugging on it.
I'm gonna let go. What are you gonna do? I was gonna give it to somebody over there and ask if they needed a cup in their kitchen.
You let go and it just goes whoop, just goes up and over and down onto the roof, out of sight.
Okay.
No one can use it up there.
I mean, I
Um,
was gonna throw it, so that would have caused a different problem.
Oh my
You
god.
see, from the three people who have spoken to you so far, you see at the edge of the group a man with dark, messy hair, very wind-blown kind of look to him. All of the people in front of you are pretty damn attractive, first of all. And he has
Like
that same...
looking in a mirror.
Yes. He has this... All the pretty people are gathered in this one area of Terran.
All the pretty people.
He has this sort of wind-blown, like, rugged sort of sense to him, but there's, like, something very young and lively. Like, you almost feel a bit of your own excited energy reflected back at you in this guy. He's wearing a very dark leather coat that looks pretty fancy, and, like, under that, just basic traveler's clothes and some really nice boots. And he sort of, like, watches the trajectory of the cup, and then he goes, hey, don't worry, I'll go get it later.
I mean, I can go get it, Mr. Fancy Coat, if you don't want to get it.
I could also go get... I was just... We were supposed to be going somewhere, and I was gonna get it later, but I mean, if you want to get it, I'm not gonna stop you. We're having the same feel bad right now. You want to see me try?
I mean, I'm always up for a bit of a challenge.
Do you want to race?
How are you planning on getting it back?
Well,
From the
we have to
roof?
yeah, we just have to get up there.
Sorry, this sounds like a robot to me.
Yeah, unless your connection is starting
Yeah.
to get a little
Oh
wonky.
no. Well, everything looks fine in my head, so I don't know what's going on. Is it still happening?
Yes.
It's fine on stream. It's
Yeah.
not fine in Discord.
God
that's
damn
weird.
it.
It's because it's taking it from Liss's own feed, so it's fine for them
Well,
on their own computer.
It's cool
Yeah.
that stream's fine, but at what cost?
Oh,
It might be gone.
is it better?
Discord.
I
It
think it's better
resolved
now.
itself.
It's better.
Discord. I'm gonna fight you.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's Discord.
Are we good?
We're all good.
Yeah.
We're all
Good now.
Nice. Okay.
It's all gravy, baby.
So
I like gravy. Oh my
gravy
gosh,
is pretty good.
potatoes.
Do you want to race? Is that what you're asking? Okay. Like,
You're gonna race?
do you want to? We can.
Do you want to?
No,
I
I was
do.
going to offer. I was going to offer to help, depending on what it was you were going to do to get it back.
Faustus, do you want to race?
I was just gonna jump up there.
Oh,
I was
all right then.
also gonna do
And
that.
Faustus reaches out with one hand, and then with the other hand, he points at his gauntlet and is like, "Argh." And there's just like this waves of like shimmery, like almost like heat wave type shimmering
Mm-hmm.
between him and the gauntlet, and then purple runes start lighting up in sequence, and he touches your shoulder and casts jump on you.
Oh.
Me?
Yes, which
Oh
triples
hell yeah!
your jump distance for the next minute.
Raven also wants to do some fucky wucky shit.
Casper is standing there, draw a gape at this betrayal.
And I think it literally
it's gonna get
manifests in like visibly as that happens, as the runes light up on the gauntlet, similar runes appear in the air around your feet and just sort of like circling, and then they vanish after the spell casting is done, and you can now jump 3 times as far.
Hey, can Casper do a charisma saving throw real quick?
Yes, he can. Hold on. Cool. So it's a natural 1.
Cool, great. I casted Bane using subtle spell. So any any saving throw,
Subtle spell?
any attack roll or saving throw that he has to make within the next minute, he rolls a d4 and subtracts it.
Cool. Okay. Anybody else doing any shenanigans before I officially start the race? Okay. Casper.
I'm about to go see a mage. I'm not wasting any spell slots on
fair.
Casper's fucking nonsense. Are you kidding me?
Casper.
He can fail. That's what he deserves.
Casper shrugs his coat off, and folds it and like hands it very gently to you, Renori. Like, can you hold
It's
this for
all
me, babe?
robot-y again.
Ah.
Como arigato,
I don't. There's
Mr.
nothing I can do
Roboto.
to fix it, and that makes me very upset because everything on this end's fine.
Yes,
Is it
Mr.
so
Robot.
bad?
If you go up and click on your Discord home, in the upper right hand corner, does it say that there's an update available? Because mine did right before stream, and I updated, and I'm wondering if that might be why. 'Cause sometimes Discord does this
Is
when
your
it has an
Discord
update
upset that you
pending.
haven't updated?
It gets
I have
upset
no
with
way...
you, and it starts punishing you for failing its expectations, and it's awful.
Alright, y'all, the overlay is about to
You're
get...
fine again.
The overlay is about to get a little weird. Actually, I don't want to do
Wild.
that, because that might dox my friend list, and I'm not interested in doing that. We're just gonna have to deal with it.
You're fine again. So
You're fine again. I think it's just intermittent. We'll just
Okay.
let you know when it's happening.
It's fine. I'll check it out at break, and we'll see what's going on. So, Casper hands you his coat, Renori, and then gives you a quick kiss on the cheek. And as he sort
Good
of...
luck.
I'm gonna
Thanks.
move like my bag with like I have like a violin bag. I'm gonna swing it. Swing it
Raven
on
will offer to hold whatever you might not want to be on your body.
Wait, you'll hold this for me?
Yeah, sure.
That's very
I want to
nice
see you
of
succeed, so if he gets to take off things, you get to take off things.
I just didn't want to mess up my jacket.
Everybody's
It's
taking off
fine.
things. Should I be taking anything off?
I mean, if you want
You want to, dude?
I have to. Let me see. Okay, Tessa's gonna be a good sport. Tessa goes over to Casper and whispers something in his ear, and touches his shoulder, and there's like a faint spark of silver light, and she pulls away. And okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Koi, you can either roll athletics or acrobatics, but we're gonna do a contest. We're gonna see who gets to the
side
cup
note.
first.
I have a trait called mirthful leaps.
Right?
So when you make a long or high jump, you can roll a d8 and add the result to the number of feet you cover.
Oh. Yeah.
That's just something I have.
You can just jump. That's so fair.
But then I also have jump cast on me.
So, still roll the check. And we'll say that that's going to cover you just getting up onto the roof, not necessarily your height, but for Casper, it will be literally scaling the roof.
And you said, what did you say? Athletics, acrobatics?
Athletics or acrobatics, whichever is better. And then you can go ahead and use your Mirthful Leaps feature to tell me how high you jump. And I'm going to roll for Casper.
Well, that's a 21 athletics.
Okay.
And I didn't take out a d8 at the beginning of the game because I'm a goof.
No, you're good.
I'm going to roll my game one. So that's a 6. So that's 6 feet. Plus your normal jump. And then double with jump.
Oh, I can hear myself doing the robot thing. That's upsetting.
Do you want to go to break now?
Question mark?
I kind of want to see who wins first, but I don't think I'm going to be allowed by Discord.
Yeah. Also, we wouldn't be able to really understand who wins either because you have to be the one to narrate that.
I mean, you're fine now,
just watch the captions, guys. They'll come through.
The captions stopped.
No,
they're
fine.
They're running now.
Every once in a while they lag, but they're not stopping. They just need to catch up.
Like I just saw myself say, just watch the caption, guys, they'll come through. And now it's going to say that again. And I'll say it again when I see it again.
Oh, God. Oh, no.
That's fun about being on
loop.
We're in
about being on the East Coast is that my lag is not as bad. So I'm sitting here like, yeah, I can see that they're working.
Yeah, it's like seconds.
I will... Yeah, let's go to break now, just because it's getting worse and my end is breaking, and I have no idea why that would be, so I'm going to try and troubleshoot.
Weird is you're no longer breaking for us now.
I know, but this is a trap, because as soon as I start to narrate the contest, I'm going to enter the Matrix against my will.
Okay, we're just like, we're waiting for my inevitable W. It's okay.
Yes,
we can
exactly. My computer can, however, sense fear. And I'm not giving it that satisfaction. So, we're going to go to break. So, if you've been hanging out with us this far, if this is your first time joining us for Stormborn's Curse, or this is your returning veteran, regardless, welcome. We're going to go to a quick break. Please get some water, get a snack. If taking medicine is a good choice for you and you have not taken maybe your prescribed meds at this time, please go ahead and take those. Stretch, check your posture, all that good stuff. And we will be back here very shortly for Koi's inevitable W. And then to pick up the rest of our story. See you soon.
in the way of beauty. My kind of woman.
Last night I felt something with you. Last night I felt something with you.
Oh, there we go. Hello, 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 hello. You should be hopefully audible. Everybody say something.
Hello, howdy, what's up?
Merry crimes.
We're all moving. Question mark? Yes, I saw Sarah blink, so we're all good. And I saw Sachi blink. We're all good. Okay. Sometimes you all have an uncanny knack for being impossibly still, and it will never cease to frighten me. It's great. So, hi, welcome back. Before we jump back into our narrative, really quickly, I want to emphasize again that you should, if you can, it's free, so you should be able to, I would hope, to go and support the players because they are phenomenal people. All of their links are now in chat. I'm going to add Sachi to the pals command. I realized I forgot to do that. That's my bad. But Sachi's links are also in chat. You can find Sachi at _Sachi_ on Twitter. I remembered it. Proud of myself. And then
Sachiko was taken.
that's really stinky. I had the same issue. Dauntless was taken, and it's in a suspended account, and I can't get the name, and I'm very upset because I don't have a trademark. So, and then for Sachiko with a K, all on Twitch, and then everybody else's stuff is over in chat as well as Chris's stuff. Even though Chris is no longer an active player at this moment, that does not mean Chris is not still part of the fabric of this campaign. And I urge you to go follow Chris as well and give Chris all the love because he's phenomenal. He's really a great person and we miss him every day. So, with that being said, I think that was everything I need to say critically before break. And then just another reminder about the Marsha P. Johnson donations and everything. Like I said, you can contribute to Advantage, Disadvantage, and a reroll pool. And I believe there was something else we were going to do, but I don't remember what it was, so it's fine. Oh, captions quit out again. Captions, I'm gonna fight you. So yeah, just reminding you about that. If you would like to donate at any point during this, you can do !Discord to get taken to the Discord. There's a channel that says MPJI, and you should be able to drop your screenshots in there, and no one will see that but me and the mods. So your personal information will be safe. It's literally only to verify that you donated, and then to keep track on our end to see where we're meeting the goals and what our totals are. That's all that's for. So yeah, and you can do that at any point through July. I don't really have a definitive end date. So you're going to hear me talk about this a lot. And if you want to refresh on what the incentives are, you can do !Incentive. And only like the first 2 are applying while we're live with Stormborn's Curse. And then over the weekend, I will be posting the list of incentives that apply to my gaming stream, so that on Monday, if you wanted to mess with me while I'm doing stuff, you can also still contribute. Hi! I love seeing hellos in chats. Thank you for the lyric. So, yes, with that being said, hopping back into the adventure, we're about to get to Koi's inevitable W. As Koi and Casper begin to take part in their little jumping contest here, and the odds are quite stacked. Sachi, you got a 21 athletics, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to describe how you get up to the roof?
I mean, I have jump cast on me. I also have mindful leaps, so it's.
Do you want to? Are you just like vertical, or are you like ping ponging?
Maybe she'll like ping pong off one wall, but for the most part, it's kind of like an impressive, very much. For the like, she'll like get like a running start maybe, and like, would it be extra to do a little backflip?
No, absolutely. Backflips
land
are
onto the roof.
encouraged. Yes.
Yeah, she's gonna do a black flip, 3-point.
3-point landing. Okay.
3-point landing. And you know, pick up the cup if she beat Casper to it.
Yeah. So you see, as you leap into the air, everybody on the ground, you watch as Koi takes off into the air, and lands very gracefully on the roof. She and Casper keep pretty close, impressive time, but Koi is from the start faster, and also very advantaged. So Koi will get to the cup first, but at the same time that Koi's hooves leave the ground and she begins to take off into the air, Casper runs up onto some errant crates and barrels stacked in a nearby alleyway, and jumps like sort of onto like a nearby wall and like grabs the edge of the roof and pulls himself up and rolls over, and then from there jumps to where the cup would be, and he's pretty damn quick, but not quicker than like multiple spells and satyr hooves. So Koi does win, and Casper offers you a crisp high five.
Oh hell yeah, man!
Yeah, nice. I can accept defeat when it happens.
I will grab the cup and I'll like curtsy to Casper, and I'm just gonna look down at the ground. I could make it, and I'm just gonna jump straight back down.
Okay. Yeah, you do, because you've been aided in this adventure. You've been aided, and also you probably could land like that anyway, just because hooves. So yeah.
Mhm.
It does hurt a little, like you do jam something, but you land.
When she jumps down, Faustus just like a hand like shoots up, and he'll do telekinetic shove to push her back upward to basically just slow the fall a little bit. Just like slowing it a little bit.
You get a little bump.
Cushioning the landing.
Thanks.
Casper slides off of the slant of the roof and then like basically does the same thing he did to get up, just kind of drops down back into the street. Yeah, that was fun.
Raven gives back the violin that Koi had given to her.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. It's a very pretty case.
For the show later. Thank you. I painted it myself.
Nice.
So,
Nice.
excuse me. I believe five of you.
Cock.
Oh God, I like inhaled part of my sandwich. I believe 5 of you have pressing matters to attend to. So is there anything you would like to do before I assume you would continue on your current trajectory to the Mage's Tower?
So are you gonna continue to hang out with us then, Koi? Even though we are there is a potential for danger.
Okay, so they are going somewhere. It could go very wrong. We are backup. Are you prepared to be backup?
Yeah, I've done that before.
Cool, nice.
I gotta make sure this dude goes in the slammer though.
The fish is probably like just starting to blubber a little bit.
Oh hey, you! I'm gonna go over to the fish.
It's like barely even. It's like the just slow scoots on the pavement. Like it's not even.
I'm gonna like kick him a little bit so he can like roll over onto his front.
He just sort of teeters a little bit.
Hey, my new friend here asked for your name, but I kind of knocked you out before we could get an answer.
Booba.
That's a weird ass name, man. I can't even feel bad and going to jail.
Booba.
So sorry. Did your parents like you?
Never met a booba I liked.
It begins to cry.
Oh.
Ooh, now I feel.
I feel pretty bad.
I think that your question about his parents really struck a chord right there.
I just play chords. I don't strike chords. Hey!
Thinking about the way you play the violin.
Minor illusion, and it makes a ba-dum.
I like you, Picasso.
Who?
Just some dude. I don't know. I think they're dead. I apologize, Booba. Is that all you can say?
Booba.
I heard nothing, but I'm just gonna assume Booba
You
was
froze.
Yeah, you froze white when you said Booba, so I heard a mouth move.
Yeah,
I saw a mouth move in one word. So alright. Oh.
It's a shame none of us speak Aquan. He could actually be saying something of significance.
Wait, hold on. I don't think I have the spell. I don't think I have the spell.
Well, Aquan is under Primordial, so if anyone knows Primordial, then you know Aquan.
That would be crazy if Raven knew a third.
I'm just bullshitting because I recently played a character that spoke Aquan, so I happen to know that.
God damn it! I really don't want to waste a spell.
I'm lying. I knew already.
You
It's
have to. No
Aquin
one's
and it's
forcing you.
Ignin. Ignin is the fire one.
I'm torn.
You don't
I'm
have
torn,
to.
but I don't think I'm
I
gonna.
love primordial.
I
Primordial is
almost
my
picked
favorite
up
language
tons
in
and I
D&D.
didn't. So this I'm full of regret. It's fine.
Ravens, I just have the weirdest sense of deja vu right now.
So
Didn't you
weird.
say you had a dream involving a booba?
I have dreams involving. Never mind. Anyway, what?
I mean, boobs are great to dream about. It's just it was a fish named Booba. Maybe
Yeah.
I'm psychic. Maybe that's part of my powers.
Maybe.
Well,
That
but you going into
tracks.
people's dreams?
Booba.
Do all of you spend a lot of time
Yeah, I didn't
dreaming
think so.
about boobs? You know there are boobs in real life that if you lay on the charm you might actually. Never mind.
Does
Casper kind of
exactly you laying on the charm to see boobs look like, Faustus?
Rolls
need
his
a
shoulders.
Is that what you do?
uh
Was that it?
Is that what people are into nowadays?
Nope, I'm loosening it up.
Oh, you're
It's
getting
coming.
something
It's coming.
loose to
What is
see the
being
boobs.
loosened?
What are you getting loose right now?
Yeah, what's
The
getting
charm.
loose?
Okay. Well, Raven asks, so Raven will be answered. Action prestidigitation fireworks behind Faustus. Bonus action telekinetic shove, pull Raven in.
Okay, Raven lets it happen.
Would this arm around the waist and then just one would this work?
That's so
I
over the
mean,
top.
it could. Yeah. I mean, I'm just wondering, is this?
I don't know. I'm workshopping it.
It's a good move. It worked on me the first time it happened.
That's true.
Anyway, so we're
Anyway.
headed. Do we see the Mage's Tower from here? Like
from,
looming in the distance, or
from
no?
where you are, yeah. So you're sort of at Terranth is. It's a sprawl, right? But it almost all of it sprawls down towards the water side. So from where you are at the inn is sort of at a natural crest. And so as you look sort of at a diagonal, you can see where the tower is. It's not on a higher point, but its height elevates it with a lot of the buildings at the top of the slope where you would be, even though it's technically built lower. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't loom over you per se, but it certainly looms over the buildings where it's built.
Okay.
So would you like to see boobs later or no?
Am I
Yeah, you're
interrupting something?
Oh no, I
That's
could
an
just.
excellent
I mean, anybody could
question.
see them. I don't mind. I worked. Well,
Are you?
yeah. Anyway,
Well, you weren't here, but I've been topless in front of the party before.
Mm-hmm.
Although actually,
Is getting topless
Nobody else-
something that happens
no,
often?
nobody else has actually. So it's interesting. Everybody's got such a big talk, yet I am the only one who is.
I mean,
as
I
they
could
say,
do it
walk-
right now.
walk
I
the
don't
walk.
mind.
Well, we are
I
in
could-
the middle of a city.
Not really stopped people before.
Also, it's not like
I
I'm
don't know
planning
the
to get
local
caught.
ordinances. I don't know the local ordinances. You were a sex worker, yes, up and down the coast. So what is
Yes.
the local ordinances on toplessness on the streets?
What is the local ordinances of topless?
DM, what are the local ordinances for public nudity?
So the public
There a new beach?
is.
We know you have this in your binder.
Well, actually, you'd be surprised. The public pretty fond of it. The guards less so, but it's one of those things where it's like if you get caught, like it's not unheard of for guards to catch someone specifically topless and being like just letting them go with a warning for, reasons. But like full public nudity, not super popular. Not
New Orleans Mardi Gras rules is what you're saying.
Basically, yeah, like carnival rules. Actually, we'll say like that.
Carnival
like,
rules.
You could
Okay,
get
okay.
away with a lot.
Ooh, so you could get away with nipple pasties.
Yeah, and you're in festival season here. So yes, a lot of people here aren't just that way because it is like the middle of the day. But maybe when it gets towards the night in certain sectors, you could probably get away with a lot more.
Where would these certain sectors be so we know how to avoid them, Dia?
You've never been here, so
all right.
You could ask
have I been here before?
You've passed by, but it's the kind of place you would have wanted to avoid.
Well, I did do like active sex work.
Well, I
so
know, but I'm saying
into cities.
I'm saying like for Terranth, it was probably one of those places that you skirted around. There are other like it would have probably been smarter for you when you were on the run to stay towards like medium to smaller cities, and this is like a large city.
Okay.
You're just memorable enough to like exist plausibly and get what you need, and then just anonymous enough to dip without anybody noticing.
Okay. Like Raven will relay the information about nipple pasties. And we'll be like, so
we'll have to ask Thorn.
Am I going to be flashing you guys?
Pasties.
Don't do that to Thorn.
That could actually, I mean, if Thorn is comfortable,
he could get the holes that he cut out of my sash.
Could somebody hit the quick counter for me?
Some glue on that. Let's go.
It's like is it Mean Girls with Regina George with the cutouts?
Yeah. Thank you.
Do you want my nipple pasties to match the mask that you created for yourself? Is that something you in particular want?
Loudly clears his throat.
I hadn't really thought it through. I was just thinking of circular pieces of fabric that Thorn might have lying around.
I mean, I don't have
interrupting something.
I don't have
not at all. Not at all. You're welcome.
Boob to
you're welcome to join in anytime.
I've been here, Koi, and I feel like I'm interrupting something, so that helps.
No,
am I flashing you or not?
He has the like tied around like sort of like a little ascot, but then he grabs it and pulls it around his head, and it's a little mask with little eye holes cut out. See, it's a mask.
I mean, you're cute. Nothing. Hi.
Boy.
Take my hat and rest it on top. Nestle it down.
Raven will be like, he's a total dweeb, and it is very cute.
Pull the mask down. I shouldn't wear this in the daylight. That sort of defeats the purpose. Anyway.
Yes, that's yeah.
It's gonna be cooler eventually, all right? I've got stuff I'm working on. It's not finished yet.
He's a man on a mission.
I trust your process, Faustus. I do.
I mean, is anybody interested in seeing my boobs? Anybody else?
Obviously, yes, all the time.
I can do it now.
This is the quickest I've gotten someone to like take their top off, so excuse me while I'm a little. Actually, no, I take it back.
You know what? We do have business to attend to. Maybe business in the front, party in the back end of the day.
I mean, fair. Raven had a thought. She doesn't share.
So
we've got a mission ahead of us. We don't have time for titties. We've got.
I mean, there's always time for titties.
Merch.
I have things that I need to be focused. Not when I have things I need to be focusing on.
Or a different angle of could be that this is something that you are. Oh, you know what? Perhaps this is an incentive. If you go through the Mage's Tower without incident, perhaps then maybe boobs.
That was sheer
you have
despair.
Introduced a complicated dilemma. All right. Well, we'll have to weigh those things and balance.
I've never seen such instant raw despair so quickly.
It just sets up an instant pull on just two different aspects of
There are
Faust's
two wolves inside of him.
humanity. There's
One
two
really
wolves
wants to
inside
see
of him.
some boobs.
One wants titties and one wants to kill a wizard and take a shit. There's a lot. Okay, well, we'll see. We'll see how things go.
So are we making
And
our
I'll let
way
go.
to the tower, and is Koi joining us? These are the two questions.
I think, yeah, both. Yes.
Okay. So, you make your way sort of down and curve through the back alleys and front alleys and all of the different streets and of Tarrant as you make your way down the slope, passing under clotheslines and strings of pennants and garlands of flowers that rain petals down on passerby below. And you watch people like bring their laundry up on ropes and pulleys and things like that. Like, this is a really lovely place. And as you pass through, what's the approach as you sort of get near the tower here? Like, I know we had talked about a plan, but sort of this is where we start to enact said plan, and now you have a new person.
You said that there was like a slight market area outside of the wizard's tower.
There is a clearing. It's not a market.
Is it like mainly a residency type of
Yes.
buildings that are surrounding it then?
So there's the tower, and then like a clearing that would be like technically a 70-foot radius if you're looking at it that way from where you are on the ground. And it's just open cobblestone. Like, there are flower pots and stuff around, but like one end of that is the tower, the other end of that is like the back end of homes. And then there are guards walking around the clearing and some of the adjoining alleyways.
It's kind of a nexus point for other like roads and alleys.
Exactly.
Around it.
It's not a central point, but it is definitely a nexus. You do see, like, occasionally a civilian pass through here or there, but for the most part, the only living souls here are you and the guards.
Question
Yes.
for the group. I have several questions, actually. One question for the DM. Do I know whether or not this area, you know how you have to like, oh, you can't perform here. It's not allowed. Would I get in trouble for performing in the street here, like in this area? Would the popo be fuck your busking, or would I be chill?
That would actually give everyone else a plausible reason to be standing around
There
to watch the
are
busking.
a lot of guards here.
But I'm so persuasive.
If your performance is pretty slapping, you might persuade some folks to let you stay. Do you want to try to set up?
Would
party?
Well, I think
you go first, because I don't know what's
Renori and
happening.
regardless, are going to head to the Mage's Tower. And then if you guys want to try to create a plausible distraction with music out here, great. And if that doesn't work, just
Yeah,
hang out
I don't know
nearby.
what we're doing.
Oh, just an appointment. Nothing set in stone. Just opportunities. We're not sure which direction things might go.
Insight. What does he mean by that?
You can roll
Deception.
on your Faust if you want to contest with deception.
Oh, wait, no. 18.
I'm gonna use luck.
Okay.
I have a plus 11 to insight. It's really hard to lie to me.
You just have eyes that see everything.
I used luck to get a 21.
Well, fuck you.
So Faustus is, despite your excellent knack for being able to read people, Faustus is a hard one to read.
It's just one of those meetings that presents many branching opportunities. You can't really say which direction things will go until they happen, which is why we need backup, just in case things go south.
Renori stays quiet.
There's you know how
contingency plans.
powerful, crotchety people can be sometimes, you know. They don't
Sometimes
get the
they can
vibe.
be helpful and useful. Sometimes they can be an obstruction to
Some,
the greater
some
good.
sometimes they fail the vibe check.
Sometimes they fail the vibe check. That's a great way of putting it, Raven. Thank you.
Yes,
that's
no
that's
problem.
what I'm trying to say. That nutshells it quite well.
Renori.
We
Um,
don't know if he's going to pass the vibe check or not.
Renori. Casper sort of, while they're talking, Casper sort of pulls you just a little bit away. Not far. Just a few feet. And he just gives you a very sweet kiss. And when he pulls away, he looks at you and he goes, I mean, you know I trust you fully, and you know I trust Faustus fully. But please stay as safe as you can. Okay?
You don't have to worry. It's gonna be fine.
I'm always going to worry.
Okay, that's fair.
But look what I've been working on. Look what I've been working on, Casper. Look what I can do now. After last night, it goes, psh, like rose petal smell shoots out of one wrist, and like the other one glows
Oh
for
my
a second.
God.
It's a Febreze dispenser.
Yeah.
It's impressive.
is that why? Is that why you smelled like roses before, Faustus?
What's that?
Because of the.
Oh, yes, my bracer now can essentially emit a soft perfume of my choice with magic. It's not a big deal.
Raven also
It's a big deal. It's
prestidigitates
a big
a
deal.
different.
I figured it out finally last night after a lot of research.
It's
lot
a
of
big
reading.
deal.
It's a big deal.
I mean, it's good. Raven prestidigitates another perfume smoke. A little puff.
Yes, but this one, listen, this is the good part. And I hold up
Mhm.
the bracer towards you, and it still
Mhm.
smells like roses. It stays. It's permanent.
Oh,
It will smell like roses until I don't want it to
Roses are
anymore.
forever.
This light, and it turns on again. This light will turn on and off, and stay on as long as I want it to. Lets me keep my hands free for other things.
is the roses and the
Lets me
light
keep all
part of
three of
your
my
whole?
hands free for other things.
Oh, so it is a part of your tactics to see more boobs.
What's that?
Is that why?
That would be my third eye to see more. I see where you're
Um,
confused. My third hand isn't to see more boobs; it's to touch more. Never mind.
Renori.
Anyway, wizard appointment.
Yeah.
Renori,
Yes.
as I was saying, as Casper was saying, he. Ooh. Did you give him the bracelet? Sorry, it's you have a necklace and a bracelet, right? You gave that to him.
No,
already.
it's two necklaces, and Tessa and I haven't finished it.
That's right. Okay. So,
Can I make a quick history check, DM?
okay. For what?
To determine if I have ever met, based off of Renori naming this mage, if I have ever met him before, having been at that arcane university that's directly adjacent to the capital of Rydell.
Roll me a history check and then hold the number so I can finish
All right,
this moment
thank
with
you.
Renori. Casper sort of just pulls you a little bit closer. And he looks at you and he goes, get whatever you feel is necessary, whatever that might mean to you, at whatever the cost. This is too important for you not to get anything, for you to leave anything behind that might be of note to you.
I think Faustus and I are on the same page about how things can go if they need to go in any particular way
Okay.
or not.
Okay. He just kind of gently touches your foreheads together for a moment, and then we'll sort of let go a little bit. Faustus, what was that history number?
23. It was
Okay.
natural 20 for
Nice.
23.
Yeah, you do know Thalen. It's sort of a vague memory. Not necessarily an assembly you were a part of, as it would have been for the higher level students, and you had never really completed your schooling past that point. Um, from the moments that you gathered with him and the other people you talked to, seems like an alright dude. You didn't hear any, like, anything specifically of note personality wise, but nothing, like either way. Like, oh, this guy's like a dick, or like, oh, this guy's like an angel. Like, you just, oh yeah, no, he's super knowledgeable in his field. He's worked under the crown for quite a while. And
Do I know what his field is? Like, does he have a specification or an area of study?
he does, but you don't know what it is.
Okay. Okay. That might be something to ask him about. Okay.
Yes, he is. Yeah, you do know that he is extremely powerful, especially, and like, so him being called in as a guest for the higher level students makes sense. But you were not privy to his field of study, as you've never met him personally.
Do I think it's a reasonable guess that he's not going to know the details of one student's interactions with that university necessarily, since I was kind of low rung? So it'd be one of those things where I saw him like pass by in the halls on a day where he was visiting, but not that he would know me by name. Okay.
Yeah, it's like
Faustus
when a
is
celebrity...
mostly doing like a, am I going to get
in trouble,
elevate to a level of notice because of that history or not? I don't think so.
You don't think so. It's like when a celebrity like does a graduation at a university. Like, they probably don't remember anyone there unless they're related to them.
No, Taylor Swift does remember me.
That's fair. She actually remembers.
There's no way Taylor
too.
Swift
She just
went
did
to graduation at our school.
So, yeah, you feel like you'll be fine. If any levels of concern are elevated, it'll be because of the events of today.
Okay.
All right.
You mean my rockin' show?
Yeah, exactly. Because Koi's gonna go so hard on the violin that it's going to raise you a wanted level.
And later, Raven's rockin' show, assuming things go well.
Yeah.
If sorry, that just took me out completely. If Koi does do a performance check to busk in this like area of the alley convergence, Raven will do the help action, or like, I'll let you know what I'm trying to do. I have expertise in persuasion, so I would like to use that to sort of help out. I don't know if you would want me to do that specific role, or if you would just like let Sachi just roll with it.
I would have you save it because it's persuasion specifically, and we're gonna see how convincing Koi's performance alone is first, and then if your persuasion is necessary, then you can step in.
Cool.
I just want to make sure, like, I don't know what y'all are doing, but it seems like it's not completely up to snuff. Do you want me to like do a little ditty over here and like maybe like draw away some of the crowds, the guard? I find that the guard are so bored all the time that they will take any distraction, and I am a very good distraction.
That honestly sounds kind of brilliant.
Yeah, the fewer eyes pointed at the tower while we're there, the better, just in case.
Don't worry, I like the eyes on me anyway.
Just in case something goes wrong.
Fantastic. Koi. Serendipitous of us to have found you.
There's a synergy. There's a synergy building here. I like it. You like
I don't know if I
people to look
believe
at
in
you.
fate,
I don't like
but...
people to look at me. We can use this.
Well, I look good being looked at, so it works out.
Fair point. Faustus, should we just walk on in?
I think that's the approach. You were invited after all.
I was, and I can bring a friend.
So at this moment, if we're all gonna split in random directions, I'm gonna ask Koi to roll a performance check and hold the number. Oh, I am also frozen. Where am I? There we go. Cool. I'm gonna ask Koi to roll a performance check, hold the number. Renori Renori and Faustus, you'll make your way to the tower, and we'll catch up with you in just a second. Raven, I'm going to ask you to hang out, and we'll go to you in a second. Upon sort of the beginning of business, Casper immediately sort of curves around the back of one of these homesteads, and he kicks up between the walls and then like grabs onto a pipe and sort of shimmies his way along it and swings silently without a sound. His footsteps make no noise onto the top of one of the roofs, and he just sort of crawls up there and waits. And thanks to his coat, which he would have gotten back from Minori, on the roof of this particular house, he is near invisible, thanks to his new hair color and also the color of his new coat. And so he sort of presses himself flush against the top of the roof. Tessa curves around an alleyway in parallel to Casper in the other direction, and then her form shrinks and collapses on itself, and she takes flight as a seagull to not arouse suspicion. And she just sort of begins errantly circling the plaza. That leaves Koi and Raven in the central nexus. But we're gonna go with Faustus and Renori first, and then we'll come back outside. So Faustus and Renori, you approach the front. So there are guard milling about, and there's like obviously patrols going on, but the patterns don't at first glance necessarily make sense. They just sort of cross at times and disappear back into side streets and alleyways. You get quite a few like scrutinizing glances, but nobody stops you, and you make your way to the front door of the tower. It's this like huge set of double doors. They're really intricately made, and you see that there are 2 Crown's Guard posted on either side, and one of them looks at you and goes, "Do you have business?"
Yes. I met... Hey, what's this guy's name again?
Are you
wrote
asking
it
me,
down.
or are you asking Faustus?
I'm asking DM.
His name is Thalen Mars.
I met Thalen yesterday, back at a tavern, and we had a good conversation, and I was invited here, today, and allowed to bring a friend with me, to continue our conversation. So I'm here. Renori. My name is Renori.
The other guard, like, without taking his eyes off of you, wraps his knuckles back on the door, and after a few moments, it opens inward, and, like, someone has opened it, but they are out of your view, and the guard on the other side whispers, to that person. There's a quick conversation, before the door shuts again. The guard goes, one moment. Silence sort of elapses. Koi, would you wait for them to go inside to begin playing, or would you start now?
I guess I'd start now.
Okay, so what was your performance check?
A 31.
Wow. What kind of song?
I have a question real quick.
Yes.
If I roll a persuasion check, could we possibly be getting a shit ton of money if I add to this?
Oh.
You can try, but I'll say
Okay.
this is not
just
looking at first glance like it's going to be a lucrative area, since it is mostly guard, and they are on duty.
She'll try to
But you
convince
can
the guards
try.
to
You can
also
try.
tip the entertainment. Are you?
So,
Okay.
You can try. I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying, like, you know what a lucrative environment would look like, and this does not strike you as one. You know you'd be reaching.
27.
Okay. Koi, you got a 31. What kind of song are you playing?
something nice and like something I think that, well, clearly nice. This is fucking 31. But
It's
something
okay.
Listen, it's the middle school recital. That's what it sounds like. No.
Okay.
No, she plays like a happy little jaunt, like nice and lively.
Okay.
She pops open her violin case, takes out her violin that doesn't look like it should work because it looks like it's made out of ceramic, like really pretty. Um, but it works, and she just pops open her case, and like inside the case has a sign about how like, hey, money appreciated, tips appreciated.
As
And she pops it open.
as Koi strikes the first notes, Raven, you are immediately moved by the sound that this violin produces. It is so uniquely soulful, just in sound alone, that it even takes you by surprise. And as Koi kicks up into a lively jaunt, and Faustus and Renora, you would hear it from behind you as well. There are a few of the guard who do stop, mutter to themselves. You can tell there are some scrutinizing glances thrown your way, but they continue on their way. Um, Occasionally, they'll slow down and like watch, but as they
Do a
are on
little
duty, they
dancing.
are not really posted. Um, but
I'm Lindsay
between your
Sterling in this.
performance and Raven's encouragement, you do collect about 20 gold pieces.
Yeah, I was gonna say to flavor the persuasion, Raven just drops 10 gold in there. Also expecting to get the gold back. It's like you know how buskers will put like tips
Yeah.
already in their things to encourage people to tip because it's not empty. Like that's what she's doing.
Or like in the Sex Lives of College Girls when
Yeah.
they do that.
Yeah. Um, they so you
Foil will wink at
currently
Raven.
you have 25 gold, but 10 of it's Ravens. So not good, not
That's a
bad.
$15 profit. You know, that's a 15 gold profit.
Yeah, that's not, you came away, you're coming away with this with something, and you're not being kicked out. Nobody's looking at you with any sort of annoyance. You seem to be a pleasant addition to the Nexus here, but the guard are more dedicated to their post at the moment.
I will say too, Faustus leaves Lilith outside, so
Okay.
she'll be up high, just kind of circling that plaza,
Okay.
or like resting on a chimney and then circle, like just kind of keeping an eye
Okay.
in case something goes terribly wrong outside. She can let Faustus know.
Fair enough. So as the door shuts again and then it reopens, and you see standing in the doorway in these verdant green robes that are embellished with the faintest of gold trim. Nothing gaudy, but definitely denoting some sort of place or status. You see a person with dark skin. They have very curly, bouncy black hair. And it seems like they've tried to pull it away from their face, but it's not really cooperating in a lot of ways. And they have sort of like half moon spectacles on their nose. There is a youthfulness about them that immediately stands out as elven, despite sort of their demeanor presenting as somebody maybe of an older persuasion. And as they take you in, they go, "Yes, Renori, you are on the books, and I see you brought a friend. Please, follow me." And they continue inside, and you are allowed within, and then the door is pulled shut behind you. You open into a gorgeous foyer. There is this beautiful rich wood on almost every surface, and like curving staircases in opposition that go up to small balconies with like seating lounges or little workstations and desks, and it reminds you of Elian's tree in Al-Hisari in a strange way. Like there are all of these different platforms before you can actually see where like the first floor would end, and you would continue on to a new floor and your sight is blocked. It seems bigger on the inside. So you are let in, and this person immediately begins making their way up one of the curving staircases, their arms sort of folded tightly behind their back. And they are moving at brisk pace. You make your way up the flights of stairs, and as you pass up to the second floor, you see a couple of, like, you see, like, a hallway. The way that it's constructed is almost like the floors don't take up the entirety of, like, the diameter in the tower. So there's like a stairwell, so to speak, where you can see where the landing would begin, and then the rest of, like, the floor would continue. So you pass the second floor, which looks like a bunch of closed doors. You can't really tell what's within Faustus because you scouted from the outside. You can surmise, like, the bedroom that you spotted would likely be on this level. You keep going until you reach the very top of the tower, and there are just these large double doors again. Very reminiscent of the ones at the front. And as you make your way up, the steward who brought you knocks, and you hear Thalen's voice from within bid them enter, and then they tell you, wait here. And they slip within. There's a few moments of quiet, and then the door opens once again, and the steward holds the door open for you. And you file inside the office. Faustus, you've seen it from the outside, but you're both seeing it from the inside for the first time. It is... how do I describe? Definitely ornate, but not in the gaudy sense. It's more of course, this is built from resources of status, but it does not reek of ego or, pride. It is a functional, beautiful study. There are a couple of chairs in front of a nice desk, and then a large high-backed chair on the other side of the desk, which currently has Thalen seated within it. Bookshelves on every wall full of gorgeous tomes of every color and size. You see in the far corner there is a plush armchair and like a side table that still has like a tea mug on it. You could tell it probably gets frequent use. But otherwise... oh, and then there's on the other side of the door, like, a small... I guess you'd call it a day bed. I actually have one of those. It's like a day bed. It's a proper bed. Yet, if you were to arrange pillows along the back of it, it would turn into a couch. So not quite a futon, but like a bed with a frame that's designed to also function as a couch. It is quite small, but it looks comfortable, and it's covered with many quilts and pillows and such. And within the office, of course, you see Thalen seated at the high-backed chair at his desk. He is locked in conversation with a tiefling in front of you. Her skin is a brilliant, deep ruby color, and various gradients, and sort of as she moves, you can catch those gradients. On her back is a similarly colored red cloak, and it has like deep red, like dark red stripes on it as well, and decorations, and there are along the edge of the cloak like dark red pips, but it looks like the design's not complete all the way, like it stops maybe in the middle, and it's like not symmetrical. It's like really annoying to look at. You can't really see her style of dress from the back, but she has short, sort of bouncy hair. She's a very small figure, and her tail sort of waves behind her, and there's a gold cap to the spade of her tail. And they are locked in deep conversation. Do either of you know Infernal?
No, but I'll cast Comprehend Languages.
Okay. So, can you roll me a sleight of hand check to cast the spell undetected?
17.
Okay. So, as what this somewhat guttural language reaches your ears that you don't understand, it begins to blend until you're still hearing the sounds, but almost overlaid, you're catching the meaning in the voices of the recipient. Um, and it seems like you're catching the tail end of the conversation, but you do hear Phelan go, "That sounds fine. Uh, we are desperately behind schedule, but we will adapt. Just go on your way and speak with me at a later date." And his eyes like flick over her shoulder to you all. And then she says back to him, "I mean, obviously we're trying to catch up. It's not like we wanted to be behind schedule. Jeez. Fine. Okay, I'll go. See you again, Thalen." And she spins on her heel, and you catch like a flouncy dress and a nice brown corset. And she catches sight of you, and like her eyes, which are these like this deep navy color, like not quite black, kind of widen in surprise.
Mm-hmm.
She goes, "Oh, hi, excuse me," and sort of skips past both of you and out the double doors, uncomfortably brushing past the steward, who has to scamper after her to accompany her back down the stairs. And then the door is shut behind you, and you are alone in the office with Thalen. And he looks up, and you see he has like a very large teacup on his desk, and he takes a sip from it, and sort of waves his hand, and there are 2 chairs in front of the desk. He goes, please have a seat. It is quite the pleasure to see you. Would you like some tea?"
I'll pass, thank you.
Fine by me.
Oh, by the way, would you like to introduce yourself? You're capable of speaking on your own.
Yes, Faustus.
A pleasure. Thalen.
Yeah, said I could bring a friend, so here's my friend.
I'm very glad you did.
It seems like, that conversation you were just in wasn't too pleasant.
Being a Grand Mage has many duties, a lot of them tedious, and it is unfortunate when pieces outside of your control begin to stall. The kingdom is an intricate system, and it takes plenty of us to keep it in balance.
Fascinating.
Now, I don't think we've ever met, but you wouldn't remember me. This was years ago, but you came to the university I was attending once.
Valeria?
Is that the right one? I can't
That's
remember
the
what
name,
is that the correct? Okay.
There are multiple magical
Yes.
universities in Faerun, but that's the one. Yeah.
Yes, that's the one.
Oh, well, pleasure to make your reacquaintance in that case, but yes.
Indeed, it escapes me. I don't recall what your specialization was.
Oh, I dabble quite across the board, but I do take a particular fascination with abjuration. I also find myself quite taken with more unconventional studies.
Interesting. The unconventional studies are an interest area of mine as well. I'm afraid I was only able to dabble in illusion and enchantment in my time at the university. I was unable to continue. Cost of tuition, family trouble. Unfortunately,
I understand. I have been for quite some time trying to make the education in this kingdom much more accessible to its students, and it's a shame that that's not entirely within my control. Knowledge is indeed power.
Insight check.
Go for it.
Oh. You know what? Yeah, I'll do insight too.
I want to know if he's actually doing that. It's only a 16 for insight for me.
Okay.
A natural 20 for a 25.
He does seem genuine. The way he speaks affords little information, but carries on conversation pretty well. Because, government figure, etc., etc. Um, not necessarily avoiding the question, but keeping conversation pleasant and within the realms it's allowed to be. But he doesn't seem nothing about him evokes that he's lying. Everything about him, he seems pretty forthcoming at this moment.
I think Faustus was mostly just looking for a gut check on, is this guy posturing about political positions for like favor, or is he actually invested in reducing the cost of magical education for
it's
people?
Clear
Because
he's comfortable in the benefits that being a grand mage has afforded him. But he doesn't give you the vibe of posturing. He gives you the vibe of ivory tower yet still trying and genuine investment.
Faustus will toss out, then he'll just say, that's a worthy effort. I imagine it's an uphill battle, politics being what they are.
We are torn quite thin at this moment. The war is taking up quite a bit of funds, making it difficult to try to redistribute to the more deserving sectors while also trying to make other parts of the kingdom more accessible. So it is a constant balance, but there are
while also trying to uncover the reasonings behind such atrocities like what happened to that necromancy school and its community.
You are quite adept at transitions, my dear.
I mean, you mentioned being interested in unconventional ways of study, and I can't help but wonder, did that mean necromancy was a particular interest of yours? Because if so, you didn't share that with me, and you know necromancy was my particular interest. We could have talked for many more hours before this meeting.
I have dabbled. Let me answer what you came here for first, and then if you wish to continue your pleasantries, you are free to stay through the afternoon. I'm afraid my appointments have now canceled, so I do have quite a bit of time to chat.
Wait, can I... Why are you telling me?
Telling you...
about this?
Well, you asked, and you seem quite invested. I can only imagine you have some sort of personal connection.
Would you tell just anybody?
The right people.
Okay. Go on.
Right. What I'm going to tell you, and as he leans forward, it's not that he's hiding it, but it is subtle. His hand on his desk does twitch in a way reminiscent of like a spell. And there's a subtle shifting of the door. But he does not interrupt. Like, his speech is not interrupted. What I'm about to tell you is highly sensitive. And although I am telling you in good faith, I assure you, you have no way of tracing it back to me. So I bid you to do with this sourceless information something wise.
Just a heads up. I'm going to wait for an opportune moment when he says something of value and activate my recording coin and record 6 seconds of audio of him saying whatever seems like it's about to be perhaps useful or incriminating that it might be useful to have him saying it.
Okay. I'm gonna let you decide what that means to you, because you're present during the conversation and thinking about it ahead of time.
I'll grab 6 seconds of audio somewhere.
Okay. So, yes, there was a unnamed segment of Philaria, specifically unnamed so as not to draw attention, originally designated to the studies of the necromantic arts. There is nothing fundamentally wrong with the study of necromancy, but of course there's always the fear of it getting into the wrong hands. And unfortunately for those of faith, concepts of necromancy often tie to deities both real and imagined of unfathomable evils. It's really an unfortunate correlation. That means most have a natural aversion, because most fear death. But those who did not fear death, those who wished to study it, went to the school. And they trained in secret. And they were, to my knowledge, although I'm not quite sure the nature of such activities, I could not tell you, occasionally perhaps called upon by the crown. Above my pay grade, if that tells you anything.
Mm.
But the school was in good standing with both the crown and its home university. It was not a sore thumb or a black sheep, so to say. I never had the honor of visiting it myself, but I always heard good things when they passed by my ears. It is unfortunate what happened. My dear, before I continue, may I ask your connection to this university, and, in the spirit of good faith, bid you answer me truthfully?
Friends went there.
Alright. Now, as I said, no way to prove this. Not of me saying it, or of its actual validity. This is where our concrete information turns to speculation, which is why I was of caution when you approached me. Idle threats are not to be thrown during wartime. And yet, currently the Kingdom of Fyria is locked in a war with Iritage. Any citizen of Rydell or Fyria, or any of the bordering nations to the Berescona Sea, are aware. Fyria has always been a little bit too big for its boots. It's always wanted more. But it cannot have more when others have more. And so, once the war began to pick up, and allegedly a few good Samaritans from within the kingdom itself went to help Iritage under the war efforts, knowing that they were on a technicality deserting, but hoping for good fortune should they succeed and return without notice. Upon Fyria hearing of aid from Rydell, though not in an official capacity, the king grew jealous and angry, as he has always been a jealous and angry man. Our forces, some very bright mages who decided to dedicate their lives to helping innocents, a few folk from the school itself, would go back and forth to try and aid the war efforts. And they did so with the utmost secrecy. Only those involved could know. Anyone not involved, well, I don't know their methods, but it was to remain a secret to the grave. So while these members of this university would travel back and forth, Fyria heard, and Fyria pulled its own dirty tricks, which I say loosely and without favor. A few elite assassins from the king's personal guard were sent, and when those attacks failed, the king sent a small detachment, allegedly. And perhaps that detachment decided to wipe out the single most cause of Irritage's numbers returning without even a dent, despite the king's best efforts to take over what should by all means be an uninhabitable desert. Perhaps he wiped that chip off the map. Quietly. After all, the chip never existed in official capacity.
Of course you would want to persuade me that the other guys did it. If I asked them, I'm sure they would have the same
My dear,
tale, but warped.
If you ask them, they would execute you. Because everyone from that university is dead. And he gives you a very knowing look.
You are correct.
You don't have to accept my truth. In fact, most of it is, as I said, allegation. But these were not truths I could share in public, and I'm sure you understand why.
Do you know anyone directly involved?
Besides the King of Feria himself? No, I can't say that I do.
What's the king's name?
I am gonna tell you that in a second because I changed it because it was too similar to somebody else.
Okay.
Yep.
Name change.
Sometimes that happens.
It does happen, and I'm really glad I caught it before it became canon, but that does mean that I wrote it somewhere else and not in the notes that I've been referring to, so just give me a second.
I really like the hold music.
Thank you.
No problem.
It's live, original.
All my elevators.
Where is Furia? There we go. The king's name is Doran. D-O-R-A-N.
So, how's that? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just that? Just King Doran. No last name, no artist title.
No, he does have a last name. It's Blackwood.
Okay. So
he has other titles, but I don't personally. The DM doesn't like him, so I just didn't give him any. He does have them, though.
Okay. So I'm gonna cast.
Titles he could have.
I'm gonna cast a spell that I took the last time we leveled up.
Okay.
That I've been waiting for the right moment to use.
And what spell is that?
Legend lore.
What does that do?
So, I'm about to tell you, but my screen just fucked itself. So 1 moment.
Ayo?
Every tab.
Happy Pride.
What? Not this. So legend lore. Name or describe a person, place, or object. The spell brings to your mind a brief summary of the significant lore about the thing you named. The lore might consist of current tales, forgotten stories, or even secret lore that has never been widely known. If the thing you named isn't of legendary importance, you gain no information. The more information you already have about the thing, the more precise and detailed the extra information you receive is.
Okay. What object are you naming? Or person, or thing, or place?
The king.
Okay.
King Doran Blackwood, proud and arrogant and vengeful, murderer of the school.
DM.
Listing off the things we know about him.
I will come back to the results of that spell in a second. Coy and Raven. Down in the Nexus. I know it's been a while. Down in the Nexus, not only have you gained 10 more gold, as some of the people who live in the area have sort of steered around. At one point,
Oh, like an extra 10 gold?
Yeah.
On top of what we already.
So-
Okay, nice.
35 total.
yeah,
25 total.
30
For us.
25 for Koi, not counting your 10. It would be 35 total. It's 25. It was 25 before this, counting your 10 that you put in. Right.
Yeah, so I'm saying like just the profit is 25.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Profit is
Yeah.
Okay.
So
In
there's
perspective, you are correct.
a young, a pretty young actually, where to the point where you're not sure if this is maybe a very older sister or mother. But you see a young woman come through the Nexus with a little boy, maybe 4 or 5 years old. And she's got like a basket on her hip and she's holding his hand. And as soon as you curve through the Nexus and he sees the source of the music, he breaks away from her and runs up to you and then looks at you with just these big wide eyes and then runs back to the woman and like pulls on her skirt, and she looks at you and she smiles and she fishes and gives him a gold piece. They don't look like they have much. And he like kind of runs back up to you and he goes, hey, look. And then he's got shoes on. They're very, very meager shoes. And he kind of rustles and he pulls off his shoe and he has a hoof. And he just smiles at you. He goes, you're like me. And now that you can see him at this distance, from this curly mess of hair on his head, you can see 2 little baby horns.
Can I dance around him while playing music?
Yeah.
And like try to find a flower and put it in his hair or something. I don't know.
There are like little flower pots and things around the Nexus. So yes, absolutely. You wouldn't even. There's nothing.
A apple flower, put it in his hair, and just dance with him while I play my music.
The young woman that he was with just kind of stands by and watches with a fond smile, as he's having the time of his life.
Sorry.
Yeah, a fond smile. Ah, nice. Even some of the guard, like you catch like a pair of the guardsmen like stop, and one of the guards like looks emotional, and then the other guard kind of elbows him, and then they like keep going on their patrol. Like it's very sweet.
Do a little fancy dance.
Eventually, this is like sort of where, because of the tracks of time, we're kind of rewinding it a little bit to when Faustus and Renori had gone up. So you would see the young tiefling woman kind of skip out, like I said. Ruby red skin, navy blue eyes, short, like slightly curled hair, and she's just skipping her way through the Nexus. And she sees you, and she stops to listen, and she watches the stuff go on with the little kid. And she smiles and she shrugs and she tosses like 3 gold your way, and then she continues.
Wait, just real quick. So after Raven was done doing the initial like, oh my god, this is so good, I'm just gonna tip 10 gold because this is that good. She had like paused and like opened the book on enchantment.
Okay.
Right? Just sort of like perusing it rather than actually like actively sitting down to read it, really.
Okay.
And so would I have seen her leave the wizard's tower?
I would think so. If you're not actively focusing on the book, then yes.
Okay. When she stops to pause to tip, Raven in Infernal will go, whatever. I don't know what day of the week it is.
It's Tuesday, ain't it?
Good Thursday to you, madam.
It's probably. Is it another Tuesday?
It's always Tuesday. There are no other days of the week. They're all named Tuesday.
Raven will say whatever the equivalent in Infernal of Mondays. Am I right?
Oh my
but
God.
like Tuesdays.
Tuesdays,
right?
am I right? That's honestly, that's us.
Tuesdays, am I right?
She laughs and then repeats back in Infernal. You have no idea.
Anything troubling you?
Just work, you know.
Oh my gosh, is it your boss?
It's my boss. He's like
Ugh.
such a nard. I just can't. Ugh.
Such a nut.
Oh my god. Well, I mean, how is he a nard?
Oh, I shouldn't say, but you know, men.
Did you say men or
Mhm.
meh?
Men.
Men? Ugh, God. I know. Sometimes I truly wonder how things run when a man is in charge sometimes.
They don't.
They don't. There's always a competent woman behind them.
She gives you a wink.
Um, well, if you need to vent to anyone, I'm just passing through the town.
I appreciate you, but not that frustrated. This is pretty standard order of business.
Mm.
And she
Hope
kind
you
of.
have a good day.
You too. She kind of gives you a little bit
Oh,
of a courtesy.
what was her name?
What was yours?
I'm Celeste.
I'm Rena.
Rena?
Mm-hmm.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. And she continues skipping down the street. Back in the tower. So, Renori, you cast your spell. And you name King Duran. Now, this is tricky, right? Because he is a king at all of legend status. But he's not one of those, like, he's not a King Arthur. He's just somebody in the line of power, and his behavior has made him notorious. Here's what you get from the bits and pieces of the spell. He is not loved. He rules with an iron fist. Though Fyria is built of beautiful sprawling landscapes, some of the prettiest Faerun has to offer, he is a dark stain on the natural beauty of the landscape. He is, by all accounts, an arrogant, angry man whose childish jealousy is more widely known than anything else, really. You know of his involvement, therefore Fyria's involvement in this war with Iritage, and so far it only involves Iritage, as Rydell has maintained neutrality and has only deployed its navy to protect itself and to keep the conflict away from their civilian waters. And I have to roll for something. You also know, this comes to you in the spell, he had a wife.
Okay.
And her name was Elizabeth. She was queen. And she famously is no longer living by her own hand. And the most resounding, tragic thing that the spell gives you is that they believe the king is the primary reason.
Murder.
No, the other one. I'm gonna let you do that math. So,
Suicide by situational coercion?
just
Murder?
suicide. Because he was an asshole and bad to her. I just didn't want to say it.
That's okay, yeah.
You, as the spell tail ends, get one more tidbit. This one, frustratingly unclear. You know, the spell tells you in a moment of strange conflict, like almost like there's a frequency issue, two things overlap at once. The king has 2 children. The king has 1 child.
The timeline. Shit.
Thanks for the echo. That was really great.
Do I know their names?
You can roll me history. The spell does not
Okay.
give that to you.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
One second. Just a little segundo. Okay. 18.
Ooh. You know the name of one if there are two children. And his name is Kieran.
What was that?
Kieran. Kieran.
Okay.
So
Hey.
between the spell and your own sort of fitting things together, that's what comes to you in this moment. So, and Thalen kind of folds his hands on his desk and then reaches over for the teacup and takes another sip. And looks back to both of you and he goes, like I said, this is what I had to offer you. This is the only reason I asked you here, genuinely. It was just for matters of secrecy. And to get a better read on the kind of person that you were.
And what have you read?
Well, I told you what I knew, so hopefully that tells you what you need to know.
What do you hope to get out of having told me?
I have nothing to gain. I met a stranger in a tavern who asked of a tragedy, and I told her of the tragedy. I see no transaction there.
Yes, except information is power, and bureaucracy keeps you tied down, does it not?
Of course.
So this information in the hands of people, perhaps a bit less. He looks at Renori, weighed down by bureaucracy. Perhaps take some of this off of your plate?
Oh, no. I mean, I am of no control of what said people were to do.
Of course not.
But
of course not.
There is nothing to take care of. There is, unfortunately, and his gaze kind of flickers to Renori for a moment, no one left to avenge. And with only an alleged culprit and no real consequences until this conflict simmers down, there's nothing to be done.
Doesn't quite seem like it, does it?
I have not the foggiest idea what you could be referring to.
Any
insight check? Because
Okay.
I'm pretty sure out of character, but I want to know if Faust's picking up, because it seems like to me that something is happening here that I want to see if I pick up on or not. Let's see. That is a 15 for insight. Really, all it seems like to me that he is definitely fully in agreement with what I said. That he's giving us this information because he recognizes we have the freedom to do something about it, and he's being coy because he doesn't want to be tied down to having ever asked us to do anything.
Coy's outside playing music.
Nice. Speaking of Koi, you do actually hear very faintly the sounds of her violin through the window in this office.
Nice.
So there is
message down to Koi.
Okay.
Great work, keep it up.
It gets louder.
Nice.
Oh, is that what great work, keep it up gets in response? Interesting.
Is that how violin
it
is
gets
played?
louder.
Yes. I'm doing the gift, the little...
Yeah. So, Faustus, you do get hints of that, right? But you do also sense there is something genuine to that there's nothing to be done. Like he's being coy to a degree. He's not, going he's not endorsing anything or like we all
He's
see
being
a clear
coy
path.
and fatalistic at the same
Exactly.
time.
He knows he's being tied down by bureaucracy, and he is not implying or suggesting anything, but he is also aware of the potential power of free actors. He's not a fool,
Yep.
but he's
Yep.
not out of line.
Yes, it's a very astute game that we're all playing.
Right.
Would
And Faustus is just unusually the least intelligent person in the room.
Oh, Faustus.
would you happen to know where Karen is then?
Kieran.
War raging on and whispers of everything going on, you know.
Kieran, not Karen.
I know, I heard. I wasn't just gonna say it again though.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
That's correct, yes. I said it wrong. Yes.
I imagine that he is within the Palace of Furia, as he would be the Crown Prince.
So he's not like some warrior fighting on the front lines or
He is
anything like that.
I'm as far as I know, I mean, connections with Furia are almost non-existent, but as far as I know, his 18th birthday is coming up. He's certainly no soldier. Furia is unfortunately winning this war in terms of technology, just not numbers. They are in no need of desperation that they should enlist children.
DM, how far away is like where the king is? Like how far away is that?
Furia?
Yeah.
Or the Palace of Rydell, like the capital of Rydell?
No, Furia.
Furia? It's just across the pond. Across the so it would be about like if you were to go north into the kingdom of Atalanthe, and I'm saying this off the top of my head without looking at the map that I literally drew for these purposes, but it's
I'm looking at it right now.
But if you go north into Atalanthe, you should be pretty much in the Atalanthe Irritage region. You should be directly across from Furia. You just have to cross the sea, which is proving to be an issue because of the war, because Furia is at war with the country directly across the sea from it, which means travel has become difficult, which has put strain on piracy. It's all this sort of tumbling set of things, and merchant ships as well. So definitely accessible, but you're passing through an active war zone.
Yeah, also just to say, like, because I was looking at the map, where we are right now is further away than like if we were in the capital.
Yeah.
We're pretty we're pretty
The
south
capital would take
in
us
Rydell.
closer. The capital would take us. Going to the capital would take us closer to the king of
There are
Furia.
many routes to reach Furia from where you are, because you are sea bound. You could probably pull some things and pass through an adjoining territory. If you went north, you also have options as well. If you got creative, there would probably be ways to avoid the war and take the quickest route, which would be across the sea in the center of the map. That's always going to be the quickest route, despite the war geographically. But if you wanted to avoid all of the conflict entirely, if you sailed southward and sort of curved and went up sort of at the very end of the sea, you could either reach the very end of Furia or go in through an adjoining territory. There are ways to get to it.
Also, Kristen, for like out of character knowledge. So like when we did the horror campaign, Marin used to be a part of Furia until the split happened. So like that's the other country that we were, you know. If that helps contextualize it in any way.
Hey DMs, keep reusing your fantasy worlds. It lets your players build context over time. Also, show off your hard work.
Okay, we're noting things. Renori is just gonna kind of be pensive for a moment, but also in that moment, like, look at Faustus, like, vibe checking Faustus, and, like, where Faustus is at in terms of what we want to do.
Steeples his hands and just like looks deep in thought and casts message and points at Renori and just says, I'm not gonna lie, I don't really want to do anything to this guy. He actually supports educating the underprivileged in magic and gave us the information we were looking for. I think we let him live.
Are you gonna tell anybody about us?
Is this to Thalen?
Yeah.
About who? My appointment's all canceled this morning.
Insight check.
Go ahead.
Me too?
Go ahead.
For shits
18.
and giggles.
Okay.
14.
Okay. Faustus, you have less, like, you get the same read, you're just less sure about it.
Yeah.
Renori. Yeah, I mean, you're not entirely sure where you stand on this guy. You don't, but you do feel like he's gonna let you go. There's no, usually when somebody gives that response to the who, like, it's because they're not gonna say anything. Like, you don't feel like he's saying that to be coy in that sense. Yes, Raven.
Sorry, I know I'm not here, but I just genuinely, like, as a person and something about, like, the whole, like, war and everything, that I did have a question about is, so I know that going directly from Iritage to Furia is, like, out of the question,
Oh, yeah.
probably, because it's, like, an active war zone naval situation. Because of Rydell's neutrality, if we were to sail directly to Furia, even going like around Iritage and like where the war was happening, would they prevent us from doing so? Like the navy that Rydell has out there.
If you're as independent actors are you saying like if you avoided the war zone and went to Furia?
Mm-hmm. I'm just trying to wonder how like circumventing we would have to be.
It is very likely you would run into Navy, but you have no way of assessing what their response could be. For all you know, they could ask you a few questions and let you through. I mean, of course, the Seahawk is presenting as a merchant vessel. And merchants usually have business. It's very possible. Or you could be turned away without official business. You wouldn't have a way of knowing that. But you do know you could, in one piece, take that route. The war zone, you'd be less likely to ask questions because resources are spread thin, but then it's like a war zone. So.
You could get fireballed out of the blue by an enemy
or cannonballed.
Or cannonballed out of the blue by an enemy cannon.
Renori will kind of lace her fingers together behind her back and like rock back and forth on her tiptoes.
Mm-hmm.
So since this has gone surprisingly better than I anticipated, I figure that I might as well push my luck a little bit in inquiring that if you were aware vaguely of my need to complete some important tasks that don't conflict with the queen, if there were any magical items or scrolls that you would be willing to part with to bolster my chances. Seeing as you like me so much.
Roll me a persuasion check. and hold on to your number. Koi and Raven.
Mm-hmm.
Outside. Koi, eventually the young mother calls to her son and goes and grabs his little hand, and the whole way back he's just waving at you. Like he'll take a few steps and he'll go and eventually they do leave the Nexus with the little boy still pulling on her arm just to catch one last glimpse of you as you play, and then they disappear from sight. You also do see the sun moving in the sky, and you do know you have you have a gig today at the No Name Inn, and then you have later the same day today, once the festival starts, you know you have a gig down by the seaside. You have some time before you should probably go and set up and rehearse and everything, but like it does occur to you that time is beginning to run thin. And you like your coin, you know? Gotta keep that purse full. Raven, you sort of just clocking the guard and stuff. They're like you're keeping an eye on the space as Koi's performing, and you note that it seems like Koi's performance is what's keeping you in this nexus. Because every time a pair of guards passes by the both of you, like their stare begins to linger a little bit longer, like, hey, they've been here for a while. Almost suspicion adjacent, but then they hear the music and they keep passing. And you note that, like, you're maybe starting to overstay your welcome here.
Is this the only place that has, like, decent vantage on the Wizard's Tower?
It's the only place close, to put it that way. You could go to pretty much any rooftop and be able to see the Wizard's Tower, and you could get within a few blocks of it and definitely see it. But if you're talking about if something were to happen, immediate access, this is the place. Unless you have a means of magically transporting yourself long distances.
Okay. I'm gonna say that Raven, right after the interaction with Rena, is like going to actually be actively reading, but like after every like paragraph or so is when she's looking up.
Okay.
You know, just because I do want to actually read
that's fair.
the book that Thorn gave Raven. If I'm going to look over my spell list, so if Koi wants to do anything, you can circle back to me.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna let you know what you get from the book.
Oh.
It's
sure. I'll write that down instead.
Okay. It's an account. It's sort of styled like a textbook, but it's written in first person, as like the findings of this person presented in a informational manner, so that anybody who picked up the book could, in theory, do this themselves. But it's like not instructional; it's educational, if that makes sense.
Like
general scopes about the field, but not
Raven
like
is used to like self-teaching herself things, and not always from like a text that is meant to do that. So I think that she'd be able to like quickly pick up on the language of this.
Yeah,
and then
you understand the concepts. If we were to talk about actually doing it yourself, that's going to be a whole other monster.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you get the concepts. It's from a gentleman named Gregor Voth, Voth. And he talks about his sort of a happy accident in the miscasting of an illusion spell on one of his wife's good dresses, and how the mesmerizing pattern that suddenly splotched there was of interest to him to replicate, because his wife was so taken by it and was fascinated with it. And so he just continued developing and studying this field he'd stumbled on entirely by accident, just to make her smile. And it's strangely sweet. You see little notes like in the margin, like you think this is like the copy, because you see notes like scribbled in the margin, like there's a few coffee stains. There's like measurements written in some of the margins on the pages and stuff. You see like even a couple like small hearts or like notes written maybe from the wife herself. It's very sweet. But yeah, you understand the basic concepts of like you create a pattern, you find a willing fabric, you create a link between the magic and the fabric, and then
yeah, a willing fabric.
A willing fabric, yes.
They'll on purpose fail the wisdom save.
Yeah, exactly. And then you see if you have to connect the magic to the item itself before you can actually go about transferring the specific pattern. So it's a very intricate process that uses both real paints and artisans' tools and etc. And then also like overlaid with magic. It's very almost like clockwork in a way. Like it's very, very structured system. But you glean quite a bit from it. So keeping a watchful eye over the Nexus, there doesn't seem to be much of note besides just the guards beginning to get slightly antsy, but none of them have made any move yet, and both of you would notice, like Koi, even as caught up in your performance as you are. So, is there anything you'd like to do before I go back inside the tower real quick?
Probably start to wrap up my song. You know,
Okay.
nice little flourish to it, then
Nice.
count up the gold.
You do, from the far side of the courtyard, get some applause from like one of the guard patrols.
A curtsy.
Nice. And they continue on their patterns.
Raven will try to make it seem like she was a patron who was happening to be walking, like, and then Koi set up, and so she was like, oh, there's a performance that's gonna happen. Stayed there because like the music was nice to read along to, because she has been like perusing this book for a little bit. And then she's lost in the notes of the book even as Koi is packing up. And what I'll do is I'll just explain that in a message to Koi, and she'll like cover her face with the book and point, so she doesn't have to waste a sorcery point to subtle spell that. And then she'll be like, oh, the music's not here anymore. Okay. And then she'll pack up her thing and then wait until no guards are watching her and cast invisibility on herself and just stay there.
Okay. Fair enough. It's easy enough to slip out of the visible spectrum and hover by Koi. You've wrapped up your set. What are you doing?
How much gold do I have?
You didn't get much more, unfortunately. So you have the 3 from Rena. You have the 1 from the mom.
I had that 25.
So
25 plus 4.
Yeah, so 29.
29. Alright, so I'll set aside 29 gold. I'll put it in my pocket, and then I'll put the 10 in another pocket.
Okay. Sounds good.
And I'll like I won't like make a show out of that, but I'll like glance towards Raven and like make it very clear that the gold is going into 2 different pockets.
Oh, Raven will sort of glean over at like what you're doing. In her message, she'll be like, just take a gold. I'll tip you as well. Make it an even 30. Yeah.
Ayo!
Make it an even 30.
Go like, okay, like make a little face and go like, all right, and then like
Look,
1 gold over to the other pocket.
I decided to have Raven super like to support the arts, and I'm going to keep that up.
Nice. Support your local artists.
They didn't
everybody.
fuck with the arts before, but now.
I also decided Faustus was a huge supporter of the arts with the the crafter that made the magical clothing.
Yes.
We're not rich enough to be supporters of the arts, you guys. We're not there yet.
But
You
isn't
know,
that
you
tends-
care.
You
Just
do care.
Jake, but that is how that tends to happen. You can't afford it, but you do it anyway.
That's like the
just so
TTRPG
pretty.
community as a whole, when you think about it.
Yeah,
None of us
we
can
do be
afford to
just
pay
giving each other our paychecks.
Yeah.
We just keep.
It's a communal paycheck, right?
Yeah, basically.
Like
If
me,
the
it's like
government
the
won't
supporter-
embrace communism, then we will.
I'm a huge supporter
Comrades.
of the arts in real life as well. That's why I subscribe
Comrades.
to OnlyFans accounts, you know?
Yeah.
Huge supporter of the arts.
So true.
Yes.
The arts and sex work. We love to see it.
Yes.
So with Koi finishing her set and Raven finishing watching the performance, we head back up into the tower. Nori and Faustus, you are still at the desk. Thalen sort of awaiting any last questions. He's not making any moves to rush you out, per se. But Nori, what was that persuasion check?
So I put it in Gen chat. That was a natural 20 for a 22.
Nice.
Which was really good because a +2 sucks. So.
I'll see what I can scrounge up, but I'm afraid at this moment I have nothing to offer you. I know where you're staying, at least I presume I do, and I can
Or
send...
one more night, but
Well, I tend to be quick, so you may find
Okay.
a present awaiting you back at your residence.
Excellent. It would be much appreciated.
What? It's fuck, what are the holidays around here? Winter's Crest? That's Critical Role.
That's
I don't
Critical
know
Role.
what the holidays are.
So there's
I'm
There's
just trying
I'm
to
not
say
gonna lord on.
it's Christmas morning and only
Oh, you would
Well, it
say
is
it's
Renori-
festival right
Oh,
now.
only Renori gets a present.
If you're
Okay,
trying to
I see how
refer
it
to
is.
like the Christmas equivalent, you would say it's Oris Eve.
Oh,
A-U-R-U-S.
it's Oris Eve. It's Oris Eve. Do we all get presents or just Renori?
And what would interest you, my friend, in the realm of a gift?
Oh my. I don't think I've ever been asked that question before.
Oh.
Isn't that sad?
It is very sad.
I mean, in this context, Raven did offer you boob.
That's true. That is a gift. Wait a second. No, you said I had to do a good job in the tower or something. That's not
Oh,
a
true.
gift. That's a
That's a stipulation.
That's a contract.
It's a contract. It's a contractual obligation now. That's not true. That sounded really bad when it came out. Oh, I mean, I know what I want. I know exactly what I want, but I don't know if he has access to anything like this. No, it's just a unique spellcasting focus for an artificer, which is something I've been dabbling in.
Mm-hmm.
Or anything in the realm of enhancing arcane ability. I mean, I am not picky when it comes to disbursements of gifts.
Mm-hmm.
He likes to be sneaky.
Why would you?
I'm sure
that's the kind
you
of
could
thing you keep to
understand
yourself.
why I couldn't give him something in the realm of that. Are you sort of withdrawn beneath your cloak, Faustus, or are your arms visible at all?
My arms are out.
Okay.
I would say.
So his gaze would probably go to your
Guns out, guns out.
braziers.
And my hood on my cloak is down, and I'm wearing my hat.
Nice.
I've probably taken the hat off, and the hat is he's probably like holding the hat kind of jauntily over the edge of the chair.
I love it. His eyes glance down to the bracers, and then he looks back up at you. I may have something of similar to make to what you're wearing to offer for your boots, if you're interested.
Oh,
Perhaps.
it does sound interesting.
Mm. But you didn't get it from me, obviously.
Just a quick question.
Yes.
I've had. Okay, there's a bit of a. You're not going to understand anything about this, but a brief context. All right, I know a guy who has some boots, and they never come off.
They do come, Faustus.
Quiet,
They
Renori.
do.
So these boots.
No.
Are these boots
He's
removable?
full of he's full of shit.
Okay, just making sure. Sometimes magic boots don't come off in my experience. It's just something I've
They
observed.
do the
He
boots
would
that
be no.
I
He
just
would
need.
be correct. It's often that cursed objects do like to latch, and
These
not
boots are cursed. Yes.
unlatch. But
Yes, but I know the specific boots and
oh,
person that he is talking about,
Well,
and it's bullshit because
no
I've
one else
seen
has seen
those
it.
feet.
No
Because
one else has seen it. Can't confirm it. When would
then
you have seen
Faustus,
it,
I
Renoi?
literally save it.
When did you see it, Renoi?
Renori just like looks like she could punch Faustus, but stuffs it down and just goes, Faustus, I literally cast alarm around the boots every night because I'm afraid you're going to come steal them. They
I
come
would
off of his
never
feet
steal.
because
I
we
would never
usually
steal
have sex
anything
before
from
falling asleep.
anyone.
Thalen just like no noise, but he just takes a sip. There's no slurp or anything. Like he's not doing the clear your throat kind of thing.
Renori telling on Faustus in front of the law. This is Faustus will remember that. Oh my. New flaw. New
Oh my
bond.
god, she didn't think about it that way.
His
For her,
action
it's
will have
like
consequences.
for her, it's like give him something to make him sneakier. That's the kind of stuff he likes. You're asking what kind of magic stuff he wants.
And I'm just thinking back to reading The Name of the Wind by Patrick Rothfuss, where they can't make magical lamps that do a tight beam because the obvious application of that is skullduggery and legerdemain, so they're not allowed to make them.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Renori will just like dust herself off for a second and be like, I think that if you are fine with us leaving, that this is our business here.
That's fine by me, as long as you're satisfied.
You know, sure, we'll go with that. Thank you. I do appreciate what appears to be your candid honesty and kindness.
Of course. It was a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Do stay safe.
We were never here.
I don't know what you would be referring to.
Renori like turns to go.
You mentioned you had
Renori stops.
a particular cause you were pursuing in terms of more financing for education of the less fortunate in magic.
Yes. I believe everyone should have access to magical ability, whether it is trained by the books or manifested within their own. Hopefully not outsourced, as that tends to, at times, not go too splendidly, but everyone should have access to the arcane arts.
There's
I
a loud
agree.
sip of tea from Raven's general vicinity.
Is there anything that can be done to help that along? That, I must admit, is something I didn't expect to hear. I haven't had the most positive experiences with government officials in the past, so I don't know. I hadn't quite expected such a noble intention of you, and having been surprised by it, I find myself wanting to offer my services to help if I can.
That's quite appreciated, Faustus. At the moment, we are sort of behind bureaucracy tied up.
Renori's looking between them like, huh? What? Huh? Hello? The fuck?
At this present moment, and as I said, as applies to our previous conversation, this never happened. But at this current moment, there is quite the conflict of interest. We have a war. We have to finance our neutrality in. The Queen's interest in specifically redistributing wealth to eliminate the sort of lower class designation at all. And then my interests in the academics. These three things are often butting heads. And until this conflict finds a resolution, it will be much harder for any of us to make any headway in any region. Her Majesty is quite persuasive. And so far, we have her two interests have been mostly finance, but you are familiar with Valeria, so I assume you are familiar with Headmaster Elric.
Am I familiar with Headmaster Elric?
Elric was the librarian when you left.
Yeah, Elric was the librarian when I left. I was gonna say, he's the headmaster now?
He's the headmaster now.
Yes, I am familiar with Elric, though in my time there he was the librarian.
Yes, well, the headmaster met a unfortunate end. Um, and
So sorry to hear that.
Elric, in his kindness, stepped in, but he's had his hands a bit full. But I assume, should he be able to make time, he is quite the kind soul, and he may be able to tell you more in an on-the-ground sense what there is to be done while I wrestle with the red tape, so to speak.
Yes, I recall Elric often having his hands full.
Yes, he's a good, busy man.
Well, I'm glad to hear of his promotion despite the unfortunate circumstances.
Yes, but I find that the best things often bloom in adversity, and Elric is certainly one of the best.
I would agree.
Is there anything else I could help both of you with?
So, to nutshell that for us, I think you said the ways we could help that along would be further financing that is scarce, or stopping the war. And I think we'll take a crack at it, I think. And we'll get back to you.
Should you find the means for either of those things, not only would I be impressed, but grateful.
Faustus wants to kill a king.
Oh, does Renore.
I bid you both safe travels. And, should you need anything, just announce your name at the door, and should I have time, I will see you personally.
I appreciate that. I will, keep that in mind. Thank you.
Of course. Have a good rest of your afternoon.
Renore will skedaddle.
Okay. Faustus, I assume you follow?
Yeah, I follow.
Okay. And you make your way out. The steward is sort of waiting at the door, scribbling something frantically onto a scroll. And you watch, they have like sort of one of those lap desks, but they're cradling it in one arm and writing with the other, and they finish the scroll, slap it together, take some wax and then press it on, and you watch as like the bottom of their finger like ignites into a dull orange, and they spread the wax, and then they like with a delicate flourish pull out a wax seal, stamp the letter, and then like tuck it into, they have like a satchel of notes, and as they tuck it in, it disappears.
Yeah,
and
okay.
Looking up and seeing you, go, oh, right this way, and lead you downstairs to the outer doors.
Quick interjection. You might have missed it. I did send you a message.
Oh, sorry.
No, just while we were sitting in the room,
yes.
because I mean, it's written on my character sheet, my personality trait. The first thing I do in a new place is note the locations of everything valuable or where such things could be hidden. So I am looking around the room during this conversation for anything that could be easily
roll me investigation.
Find itself falling off of a shelf and floating across the floor while no one's looking.
Roll me investigation.
Investigation. Let's take a crack at that. Okay. I don't like that roll. And this is why I'm here. So I'm going to luck it and hope for a better roll. That is a better roll. So that is a 25 for investigation.
Okay. So, you do catch a couple of interesting books. You catch a dull mustard yellow book. What could almost be passed for gold. Maybe like if all of the gold foil came off of something, what the color underneath would be. It looks like a very worn and weather-beaten book. No title on the spine. You see a thick brown tome, and it says Faerun Faerun History Volume whatever, and it's like pulled out slightly, and you feel like you could grab it. I'm like thinking through the list of books that I know he has. Ooh. And there's also a thin blue book. And what languages does Faustus know?
Common and Elvish.
The spine is not in a language you recognize.
That intrigues me, and I think I will attempt to use my
So
invisible
you can grab
pen.
one because of your reliable talent in the art of pilfering. You could definitely grab one undetected, but if you're going to continue to push, you're going to have to roll.
Nope, I just want one, and I'm just going to take, because Faustus feels a little bit bad about stealing from this guy because he kind of likes him, but he's also still got a lot of books, and Faustus doesn't have very many. So he's going to take the blue one with the language he can't read on the spine.
Okay.
Mm.
And
You
slip it away with his natural 23 sleight of hand.
nice. Easily enough. You can just mark it as mysterious tome or whatever until you're able to identify it by whatever means you wish to do so. And then you make your way out. Coy and Raven, before Renori and Faustus exit, no one's necessarily looking for you. I mean, for all intents and purposes, you have absconded. You've fled. You're gone. So is there anything you would like to do? You don't know when they're coming out of this tower, and you know you have a little bit of time.
How much time do I have?
What?
Just like a little bit to get to my gig. Like, am I gonna be pushing it?
Yeah. If they don't come out soon, you're gonna have to hustle. But like, you can hustle because leggies, because hops.
Hops, baby.
You got hops. You got mad
Um,
hops.
I got mad hops. I guess I'll just like dilly dally with getting my like shit together.
Okay.
If that makes sense. And then I'll leave. If ever
Raven still invisibly will be like, if you have to go, then that's fine. We'll just try to meet you back at the No Name Inn. And you could also just keep using that 9 gold to as like the fodder if you want to, since you're probably going to get there before we do.
You got hops. She's gonna go.
Okay. So, you take off, and you with your mad hops, cross town pretty damn quickly, and head towards the No Name Inn to begin setting up for your set. Raven, is there anything else you would like to do in this time?
Raven, when I perused the book earlier and like was reading it, was that basically all that was in there?
Yeah, it's like, I mean, you would have to like sit and genuinely study it if you're trying to actually learn how to replicate this process as to do it for yourself. But as a casual reader, yeah.
Okay. Raven is going to try to begin to understand how to do this. Depending on how much time she has until they leave.
We'll say hold off, and we'll do it sort of off screen in that sense, like to see how what your grasp is, because it probably wouldn't make sense for you to start now. Like, this isn't sort of like in the way that you can maybe learn math without actually doing the problems at first. Like, this is something you're doing it alongside what the book is saying as you're.
Oh, okay. Then yeah,
Does that
she
make
wouldn't.
sense?
If that's what it would take, then yeah, she wouldn't do that. She'll probably just crack out that book that John gave her
Oh.
about that adventure and start to read that instead.
Okay.
As she's just waiting.
Yeah, you read about a brilliant young witch, who, this is her journal, so it is in first person, and this young woman is out to do what she describes as an impossible task, yet it's clear and it matters to her deeply, which is to bring magic to the steps of the kingdom of Lucin, to each and every person residing within the kingdom, to enact a school that actually opens its arms to others and not just the upper crust. This is not a tale from Faerun, but from the lands beyond.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she'll be extremely interested then, and she'll sort of gets a little bit absorbed more than natural.
Okay.
In the tale.
Renori and Faustus make their way out of the tower, and you all reconvene. For the interest of giving us a neat button for this episode, I'm going to move us back to the tavern. But you will still have opportunity to take actions at the start of next episode should there be anything you want to do, or if you want to head out of the tavern, but I'm going to reconvene us at the tavern. So you all make your way out. Lilith, seeing you exit, Faustus, unless you would command her to stay behind, is going to swoop and sort of airily follow you through the streets, but at a far distance. Tessa and Casper linger. They catch up with you by the time you hit the main road. And then they sort of fall into step. But there is a noticeable gap of time where they are not there. You make your way to the No Name Tavern as afternoon proper begins to bloom and the hustle and bustle of the city begins to kick up into a higher notch. Merchants are barking their wares. The smell of fresh fried and baked and grilled foods and meats and vegetables from all over just scents the air, and you can see this place find the proper beating life that it has at midday. Make your way back in, and Koi is in the main area of the tavern rehearsing. Very similar to how the two bards from before, who you would actually know, Koi, because you sort of like there's like a schedule. You know how like when there's music festivals, there's like the headliners and then a billion other people you've never heard of, like in descending order of obscurity. Yeah. So you have a roster like that, and you see they're like maybe second or third best headliners. Like, but it was the duo Heskin and Pachi. And Heskin is very popular because he used to be in a searing rivalry with one of the most legendary bards that Faerun has ever seen, Taylor Swift. And it was vitriolic and consumed the press at every turn. It was said they would never reconvene.
What was this individual's name?
Do I know Taylor Swift?
Heskin. Heskan. And Pachi. And you assume Pachi was the little bird.
Have I met Taylor Swift in canon?
You have not met Taylor, but you have laid eyes upon her, and she has laid eyes upon you. So, like, you know, you're like basically best friends.
She wants me.
She wants you. This specifically, this moment goes out to my dear cousin, who may in the future, if things work out, will guest for us. Heskin is his character, and he played during the playtest of Stormborn's Curse before it ever really came to life, and brought Heskin, the wonderful bard, to life for us. for a really epic boss battle, and I love Heskin with my whole heart. So that's where Taylor Swift came from. That was not just me being ridiculous. It was me being ridiculous, but past me being ridiculous.
I love former player characters as NPCs. It's
yes.
one of my favorite things.
Heskin and his horn. He is a smooth musical man.
He's the Dragonborn, right?
Heskin was the Dragonborn, yes.
Okay.
I'm
and
playing
so,
like a sea shanty as like a.
Ooh, yeah.
Uh,
You get like there are quite a few patrons here. This is like not just a straight bar. This is like food and bar. So there are people here enjoying the vibes as you set up. Yeah, it's a pub. And so the party reconvenes. You're able to, if you wish, go back to your separate rooms to sort of recoup. Or you can sort of scatter within the tavern, but you do see Koi. Koi sees everybody else.
Did Koi
Did
Koi put the 9 gold in her?
She did.
Yeah, Raven, as she's passing by, Koi, if you're already playing, then she'll like wink at you as she's passing by for like the gold stuff. Yeah, you know, she's like nice. And then I don't know, what is my friends wanting to do?
Why?
Are we feeling going back to the rooms, or are we feeling staying in the tavern?
Do we have a guess as to how long Koi is going to be playing for?
All night long. All night.
Well, kind of. You're playing here through the afternoon and probably into early evening, and then you're gonna like hustle your little tail over down to the seaside where the festival proper actually will kick up.
I get to do gigs close together because I speedy fast.
Yes. And so once the sun starts to dip in the sky, you have a gig down at the seaside until people stop dancing, basically. You're getting very well paid for this one. For the festival.
Would Renori know about, like, that the festival would pick up more tonight down by the seaside? Like, is that the general vibe?
Yeah, this is the same sort of point of order that happened the previous night, where, you know, there was a party in here, but you could see that a lot of the people passing in and out were, like, festival goers based on their garb. Flowers, lanterns, glowing pieces of jewelry, homemade glowing pieces of jewelry, and not necessarily finery, but things glowing with love. And you could, it seems like the same routine, that during the day everybody's working, and as the night begins to pick up, bars become packed, and the seaside is alight.
Renori would probably ask Casper to go back to the room, wanting to talk to him about what just happened alone first.
Okay.
So
Faustus...
that would be what she would do upon getting back.
Okay. Faustus, do you have any particular interest in doing something specific at this moment?
Hey, Raven.
Mm-hmm.
Recognize this language? And I show her the spine of a thin blue tome.
Do I?
Yeah, it's celestial.
Yeah, Raven is just like, yes, it's celestial.
Cool. Do you want to read it with me later?
I could read it to you now.
Oh, I was gonna sit and watch the show. We can't read it here. I need to put it back in my bag because it's technically not, strictly speaking, mine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think that... Faustus, my expectation from most things that you own is that they are, borrowed.
We could read it later when you show everyone your boobs. Which you promised to do.
I did promise to do that, yes.
Well, that'll be a good time.
I could have a topless story time. It'll be great.
Books and boobs.
Books and boobs.
2 of my favorite things.
Oh man.
Fantastic.
We
Does
have fun
does
here at
anyone
Stormborn
disagree?
First.
Does anyone disagree?
I think
No.
Is there a single neurodivergent queer person here who does not agree that books and
no,
boobs are both great?
but Casper and
All right.
Tessa on
Butts.
principle cannot be in that room for two separate reasons. And that's just occurring to me. um anyway, are you for the time being staying downstairs, or are you both also going back up to the honeymoon suite?
I would like to stay downstairs and hang out.
Yeah, Raven will just sit with Faustus then. She's going to continue reading her book.
Okay. As the lunch
Needs to
crowd
happen.
gives Koi her due praise, and Koi, at this moment, you collect about maybe, we'll say like 10 golden tips. Like you're pretty damn good, and people know it.
And I look good too, baby. Ayo.
Hell yeah.
Speaking of looking good, as you go up to get ready to perform, Faustus will walk up to you, and he's going to tap. He's going to tap on. Do you have any jewelry or anything like that?
Yeah, she has like a couple of like gold rings and like gold earrings and like she's
He
like
just
little
sort of
gold
like
caps on her horns.
gently puts his hands on the caps of your horns and says, "You're going to do great up there." And he's going to make both of the golden caps of your horns glow with light. And
You just touched my cap?
then should I not have touched your caps? Is that taboo?
You just touched my horns?
I touch Raven's caps
think-
all the time, and it's never been an issue.
Have you?
I think are you married by
soon.
Seder law now? What just happened?
Oh my god, accidentally doing marriage traditions to people is like my favorite trope.
It's
It's like
my
such a
favorite
niche
trope.
one,
I
but
just
it's my
thought it would
favorite.
be cool if they glowed. Can I touch your violin real quick? Now I realize I should
Fucking with
probably
you, it's
ask.
fine.
All right, I touched the violin, and now it emits an odor of like a field in springtime, warm sunlight on
I have a
earth,
shiny head
and flowers.
and a fragrant violin.
And honestly, it gives you quite a bit of a halo effect, which is really sweet. And the
Mass Effect.
scent of spring flowers and grass without the irritating scent of pollen, because as much as I love the bees and we should protect them, I hate the smell of pollen because it tries to kill me.
Peace and love, fuck off. Peace.
Yeah, exactly. Keep doing what you're doing, just not next
Fuck
to
off,
me.
bees. You should be pollinating. Get away from me.
Yeah, anywhere but in my vicinity. Your
Got no
set
pollen.
your set rehearsal starts to turn into a lovely beginning of your set as Faustus and Raven both settle in to a nearby booth.
I have a retcon actually that I just thought of, and I just don't want to have to make time for this later. Raven did ask Faustus to teach her Mage Hand. Can they be doing that instead
Okay.
during this time?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Renori.
Just sort of sitting in the tavern listening to the show, and I'll be going over Mage Hand with you. Yeah.
Because it's a spell you previously had, Raven, I'm not gonna make it like put it behind a roll or anything. It's just the time will have to elapse for you to learn it.
Okay.
Renori. You Casper trailing quickly behind. Actually, hold on. Tessa. What's Tessa gonna do? Tessa will also sit at the table, but her eyes are more on Koi's performance than anything. And then Renori, you proceed towards the room through the upstairs balcony and into the courtyard, and then to the standard room door. And Casper is trailing close behind. The door shuts. Is there anything you'd like to say, or is this something you'd like to hold till next time? Oh, you are muted. You want to hold it? I saw it come through on captions. Okay, so
yeah, I want to hold.
Can I ask if you're giving off like is this like a serious, troubling conversation? Like, what kind of air is Renori giving to Casper right now?
Not like troubling, but that like she's gonna tell him what she learned, and it's like an intentional conversation.
Okay. So, as the door shuts, Casper goes over. He kind of shrugs off his coat. There's a small, feeble coat rack by the door that he hangs his coat on, and he sort of opens up the window in the room, and the curtains gently flutter in the new breeze. And he takes a seat, and we'll give you the floor. And as our party finds themselves united, a stranger now becoming a very fast friend. Back once again.
Murder them all.
Oh yeah. Now you roll initiative. This is where I get you. Every time we have a person on the show, you will roll initiative, and they will be trying to kill you, and I'm gonna get you when you least expect it. No, I'm kidding, kind of. So as our party finds themselves as a newly cohesive unit with new friends in tow, separate places, but in this tavern that's proven as their nexus, during their unexpected stay in Tarrant, as their paths begin to cross and collide, and once again the strings of fate continue to intertwine. This is where we're going to end this episode of Stormborn's Curse. Okay, thank you so much for tuning in. If this is your first time here, hi, welcome. So glad to have you. If you came over from Sachi's community, everybody, first of all, give a big round of applause to Sachi. Koi is a delight. You are a fish. Koi is a delight. Sachi's a delight. So glad to have you as part of Stormborn's Curse forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. This is where you realize the ancient contract binding us all, wherein this is a timeless endeavor and we will be here over 85. No, I'm kidding. I love you. I'm so glad to have you here. For the new folks who are watching for the very, very first time, welcome. If you liked what you saw tonight and you want to watch our previous episodes, you can do !VOD, or if you're watching this live on Twitch, you can click beneath the banner and it'll take you to my YouTube channel, which has a playlist of all of our previous episodes up until episode 36, and episode 37 and 38 will be going up very shortly. I just have to do some quick tech and editing work on them before they're uploaded. And we also very, very soon will have new methods of onboarding to make it easier for folks to jump in at a later point, so you don't have to start all the way from the beginning if you don't want to. You can actually start from maybe about episode 30, 28 or 30. We're somewhere in there, which is really cool as well. Thanks to the efforts of my wonderful players, without them, the show would not exist. Sarah, Kristen, if you want to promote your games on Tuesday real quick. I don't know if either of you want to talk about that real quick.
Never. I never like talking or playing D&D.
That's fair.
What's D&D?
What's D&D?
Where are we?
I play Soyun, who is a half-elf Circle of Stars druid over at Bards and Brews, which is a Twitch channel. And on Tuesday, we arrive again because we play every other Tuesday, and we had our off week last week.
Yeah.
Realizing I forgot to do something before. I have to do a lot of prep before that session, and I just remember that now. But yeah, we start at 8:30 Eastern, and it's an like fairy tale Strahd inspired campaign, and we have just got into the kingdom where Strahd is doing his nasty shit to the people. And the last episode you got to see one of our party members, it wasn't me, scare the shit out of two cottagecore lesbians for just general information, which is as you do.
Okay.
Do that.
It was not during Pride Month, and it was because look, Legea just really hates the undead. And they worship the Raven Queen, so as they should, you know, because it goes against death. Anyway, it was a nat 20 intimidation. There wasn't really much else that could have happened other than they got their shit rocked just by the presence of this person. But yeah, that's what we do. 8:30 Eastern Tuesday at twitch.tv/bardsandbrews.
Okay.
Brews.
Arts and
Kristen, you want
boobs.
to talk about Girls from These Worlds?
I'm literally in too much pain
That's
that
so
I can't
fair.
move my mouth.
That's so
So
fair. On Tuesday at the
Chris?
Twitch channel, Girls from These Worlds. I don't remember what time it is because I'm a fake fan.
5:30 Eastern?
I think so. Just nod yes. Just nod yes. Don't even. It's okay. We're here to. We're supporting you.
At 2:30 p.m.
Yes, and 5:30
Yes.
Eastern.
So, over at Girls from These Worlds, Kristen is a part of
7 p.m. Eastern.
the other 5:30. So at 7 p.m. Eastern over at Girls from These Worlds, which is a Twitch channel. Kristen is a part of a Regency themed campaign, TTRPG campaign, based off of the Good Society system. She's playing a poet, a lesbian poet named Iris, who has quite the family. Not family drama. I know family drama is involved. I don't know. I don't want to prescribe that to Iris.
No, there's lots of family.
Yeah. So
I need to get caught up.
but genuinely, it's really fantastic. The players are wonderful, and the campaign, the company, the organization itself, Girls From These Worlds, is about uplifting femme creators, not just women, despite the title. And they're really good people, and I'm actually going to be in a couple of games with them pretty shortly as well, so that's exciting. So please go support our players in their endeavors. And Sachi, speedrun, where can they find you?
Fuck. I'm Versachiko on most platforms, but I'm ver_Sachi_ on Twitter and something on Instagram. I'm not active on there. I'm around.
Okay.
And I cause chaos wherever I go.
And you're going to be here also so people will know where to find you. So, that's awesome. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Again, I hope to see you next week. If this was your first week, I hope to see you come back for more. Thank you for our returning veterans. And you will see me on Monday at either 1 or 2 p.m. Eastern for whatever game y'all voted on my Twitter poll, because I haven't looked at it yet. And then we'll see you on Friday again for Stormborn's Curse, and I'll be around. Okay. Thank you very much, and we will see you again. All my buttons broke. We'll see you again soon. Bye-bye. And